Tonight, we're riding straight into the Mongol Empire, but not the movie version. This is the real deal. Freezing nights, fermented horse milk, collapsing tents, and orders screamed at you by men who think smiling is weakness. Being in the Mongol Horde wasn't heroic. It was cold, chaotic, and covered in horsehair. So if you think you'd thrive in the past, you wouldn't last a day. Like, subscribe, and drop a comment telling me what ancient nightmare you'd definitely die in. I'll be here, whispering history to help you fall asleep or regret your timeline. Now let's saddle up. It's going to be a long, dusty ride. No one explains what to do. Not on the first day. Not ever. There's no senior officer waiting with a calm voice and a helpful checklist. There's no elder pulling you aside with a reassuring smile and a goat leather guidebook titled, "So you've joined the Mongol Horde." No. What you get is this. A horse that may or may not like you. A pile of gear that smells like it died 3 winters ago. And a voice yelling at you in a dialect you can barely follow, telling you to saddle up and move before you even know where you are or what direction you're supposed to face. You figure someone will eventually explain things. They won't. Not because they hate you. Not yet. But because they don't have time. You're in the Horde now. A nomadic, relentless, incredibly efficient machine of blood, speed, and horse sweat. And this machine does not slow down for new parts. You either click into place or you get ejected. Literally. As in trampled by cavalry during morning drills ejected. Your survival depends on copying what everyone else is doing and doing it faster than your brain can scream, "Wait, what are we doing?" Here's the unspoken motto of your new life. No training. No explanations. No questions. Questions are for people with spare time and functioning kneecaps. You don't have either. You have responsibilities you've never practiced, a weapon you barely understand, and a saddle that feels like it was invented by someone who wanted to punish humanity. You assume, incorrectly, that someone will notice how new you are, that someone will lean over and whisper, "Hey, just a heads up, don't put your tent next to the commander's unless you want to polish his boots with your tears." But no one does. They don't have time for your learning curve. You're just expected to know. Expected to ride 20 miles in freezing wind without asking where you're going. Expected to set up your yurt before sunset without anyone explaining how the ropes are supposed to stay up when your hammer is made from a stick and optimism. Expected to identify your unit by the vague animal symbol scratched into a flag you only saw once in passing while trying not to vomit from drinking fermented mare's milk on an empty stomach. There's a rhythm to camp life, but no one hands you the sheet music. You just start playing along and hope you're not the reason someone starts yelling about dishonor and sacred wind patterns. When orders come down, they're shouted, not explained. You'll hear something like, 2 groups north before sunrise, and suddenly everyone's on their horses packing dried meat and whistling war songs while you're still standing there wondering whether north is the one with the sharp rocks or the one where the old man went to die last week. You want to ask. Of course you do. But every time you open your mouth, you can feel the judgment. Because questions suggest doubt. Doubt suggests weakness. And weakness gets reassigned to corpse duty. So you shut up. You nod. You pretend to understand. It doesn't matter if you're wrong. It only matters that you move. Because movement is life. Movement is loyalty. Movement means you're not hesitating, not overthinking, not trying to interpret the deeper spiritual meaning behind the order to gather spare hooves. Spoiler, there isn't one. You're just making glue. You might think this is temporary, that once they trust you, someone will take the time to teach you properly, that you'll be initiated into the sacred knowledge of Mongol warcraft, taught how to stretch a bowstring with precision, how to track enemies across the steppes using only hoof prints and instinct. You will not. There is no secret manual. There is no initiation ceremony. The only secret is that everyone is making it up a little, but the ones who admit that don't last long. Here's what no one tells you. This isn't incompetence. It's design. The Mongol military isn't built on instruction. It's built on inheritance and absorption. If you didn't learn this from your father, your uncle, or that one cousin who conquered a village before puberty, then tough luck. You should have listened more during childhood. If you didn't, the world is your classroom now, and the exams are real, bloody, and graded in screams. The command structure is brilliant, but not welcoming. It's decimal-based. Units of 10, 100, 1,000. If you're part of a 10-man group, you report to one leader. That leader reports to the next, and so on. It's clean. It's scalable. It's terrifyingly efficient. But it means you don't talk to superiors unless they want something from you. Usually a report, a head count, or a confession. If they do speak to you directly, it's probably not great news. You try to learn by watching. Good plan. Until you realize everyone's doing something different. One guy sharpens his arrows by firelight. Another swears by rubbing them with horse grease. A third uses sand and mutters a chant in a dialect that makes your ears feel cursed. You ask which is correct. No one answers. One guy spits and says, "The one that kills fastest." So you pick one. And hope. Hope is your training manual now. You ride at dawn. You ride at dusk. You ride at midnight if the moon looks funny. You carry messages even though you can barely read. You carry water until your arms go numb. You tie knots. You undo them. You tie them again until they look like something a veteran might nod at. Sometimes they nod. Sometimes they slap you. It's not personal. Eventually, you stop waiting for instructions. You do what looks right. If someone yells, you stop. If they yell louder, you apologize. If they don't yell at all, you assume you did it acceptably. Not well, just not badly enough to draw attention. And that is the goal. Avoid attention. Attention means scrutiny. Scrutiny means questions. Questions mean death. Or worse. Public humiliation in front of your unit, while the commander reenacts your failure using a dead chicken and an exaggerated limp. You're learning. You're not growing wiser. You're growing quieter. Sharper. Meaner, maybe. You start to forget what day it is. That's fine. Days are for farmers. You measure time by saddle bruises, by how many fingers you can still feel in the cold, by the number of times you've refilled your commander's wine without spilling it. 4. And he only kicked you once. Improvement. No one compliments you. Praise is as rare as fresh socks. But once in a while, someone nods. Just a little. A slow, silent nod from a man who's killed 20 people and raised 6 sons who each own their own yurts. That nod means everything. You don't even look back. You just hold on to it quietly, like a little fire you're not sure you're allowed to have. And eventually, terrifyingly, you'll start doing it to others. Some younger kid will arrive, terrified and dirty, with a yurt that won't stand up straight. You'll watch him fail. Watch him flinch. Watch him cry into his bowl of sheep guts. And you won't help. Because you weren't helped. Because help ruins people. Because obedience isn't something you're taught. It's something you become. You don't think anymore. You anticipate. You react. You obey. You don't wait for orders. You look for them. You chase them. You crave them like food. Because orders mean structure. Structure means survival. And survival means not being the guy who froze to death because he didn't tie his coat strings correctly after the 3rd shift of horse patrol during a windstorm. You stop dreaming. Dreams are for people who don't have to wake up before the frost melts. Your sleep is shallow, hard, twitchy. Half your dreams are about wolves. The other half are about rope. Occasionally, you dream of warmth, of your mother's stew, of the time before all this. But even then, the stew has blood in it. You don't question that anymore, because questioning is how it starts. And once you start questioning one thing, why we ride, why we fight, why the commander keeps licking his knife after every speech, it spreads. And the last guy who started asking too many questions, he's gone now. No one talks about it. His yurt was packed up by morning. You obey. You repeat. You survive. You're not happy, but you're still here. And in the Horde, that's what passes for winning. It hits you before you even step inside. The smell. Not the fresh, earthy musk of wide-open grasslands, freedom, and history. Not the noble scent of warrior sweat and weathered leather that some 21st century reenactor on Instagram might lovingly describe while posing in a handmade tunic. No, This is something more specific, more violently natural. This is goat. Pure, unapologetic, unwashed goat. Goat fur. Goat breath. Goat milk that has been sitting in a wooden bowl for 3 days. Goat ambition. You haven't even met your new comrades, and already your nose is convinced you're being buried in a cheese cellar owned by a very sweaty farmer. Welcome to your new home, the Mongol yurt. It's a felt-wrapped furnace during the day and a wind tunnel of misery at night. It is simultaneously waterproof and suspiciously damp. And it is sacred, not in the "oh, how lovely, what a spiritual experience" way, but in the "this is where the commander lives, and if you mess up the flap you might die" kind of sacred. Don't touch anything. Don't move anything. Don't comment on the smell, even though it's somewhere between fermented armpit and overachieving barnyard. The yurt isn't just a house. It's a symbol, a mobile war room, a sleeping bag for 5 people and 2 goats. It's what you're stuck in whether you're celebrating a raid, grieving a lost uncle, or nursing a festering wound because someone accidentally stabbed you during practice and now pretends not to remember. It's circular. There are no corners to hide in, no windows to stare moodily out of while questioning your life choices. Just thick felt walls, a hole in the top for smoke and divine messages, and a whole lot of hierarchy crammed into a glorified wool tent. And you're supposed to be grateful. You've been allowed to sleep inside the ring of yurts, which means you're someone now. Not an outsider, not a servant. You are part of the machine, one thread in the Empire's rapidly expanding Conquest quilt. You've earned a space in the yurt by proving, probably, that you didn't fall off your horse too many times or misinterpret a basic command like "move left" during archery drills. And so here you are, crouched awkwardly by a pile of cloaks. Try not to lean too hard on the wall because you don't know which part is sacred goat wool and which part is just holding the roof up by sheer willpower. There are rules, of course. Ancient rules. Glorious traditions passed down through generations of warriors and warlords. Like, don't point your feet at the hearth. Don't step over someone's legs unless you want to curse their ancestors. Don't sit where the elders sit unless you want to die early and painfully with no songs written about you. And definitely don't ask, is there somewhere else I could sleep? There isn't. There is here, right next to the man with 1 eye and 3 wives, who grunts when he sleeps and sometimes punches walls in his dreams. Your bed is a patch of animal hide. It smells like ambition and goat urine. Your blanket is something that might once have been a cloak, but now functions mostly as a suggestion. The fire in the middle crackles cheerfully, unaware that it's the only thing standing between you and death by cold-induced regret. Everyone gathers around it like it's a camp therapist. Men who haven't cried in years will stare into the flames for hours, thinking about battles, lost brothers, or that time a hawk stole their lunch during an eclipse. Food is communal. This sounds wholesome. It's not. You eat with your hands, while someone across from you sneezes into their bowl of fermented milk and calls it a blessing from the gods. You pretend not to mind. You chew slowly, carefully, like someone who's trying to avoid upsetting both his digestive system and the guy with the giant warhammer. You don't speak unless spoken to. This is for your safety. Because the men in this yurt, these are not polite philosophers. These are warriors, raiders, survivors, people who grew up dodging arrows and taming horses that hate them. They've seen things, done things, smelled worse things than this yurt on a humid day. They've buried comrades with their bare hands and laughed about it over sour mare's milk 3 hours later. So when one of them turns to you and says, "You're the new one," you don't answer with confidence. You nod, respectfully, quietly. You say, "Yes," and immediately wish you hadn't spoken so loudly. Someone raises an eyebrow. You lower your eyes. Congratulations. You've survived your first social encounter. There are ranks here, but they're not obvious. It's not about medals or titles or who owns the best boots. It's about respect, influence, who commands attention when they speak, who gets the last dumpling, Who sits nearest the fire without being told to move? You learn quickly that some of these men are commanders without needing to shout about it. Others just think they are, and those are the ones you avoid. One night, someone tells a story. It's about a raid in the west, a river crossing, a betrayal, a battle. The fire flickers. Everyone listens. No one interrupts. The story ends in silence. Not applause, not cheers, just a slow nod from a man who hasn't smiled in a decade. You don't clap. You don't speak. You breathe shallowly and hope your stomach doesn't make a weird sound and ruin the moment. Later, you lie on your side, watching shadows crawl across the yurt wall like old ghosts trying to find their way home. Someone snores. Someone whispers. Someone sharpens a knife with the kind of intensity that makes you consider pretending to be asleep until spring. This is home now, a circular furnace of hierarchy and unspoken judgment. A breathing, wheezing war womb where friendships are forged in silence and arguments are settled with wrestling matches that end with someone losing an eyebrow. It smells like goat. It sounds like ancient breathing. It feels like pressure wrapped in fur. But it's also safe, in a way that only a place built on absolute obedience and mutual suffering can be. Out there, the wind is slicing through the grass like it's got a grudge. Wolves howl in the distance. You know you'll be up before dawn, cold and sore, and being yelled at by someone who thinks encouragement means hitting you with a bowstring. But for now, you're in the yurt. You're part of something. Something older, harsher, weirder than anything you've ever known. And maybe, just maybe, if you keep your head down and your boots dry, you'll make it to the next yurt. There's a phrase they like to throw around in the Mongol Horde. Something passed from one grizzled face to the next with a mixture of nostalgia, menace, and deadpan humor. It goes like this. If you can't ride a horse, you'll be dragged by one. It's not a joke. Okay, it sounds like a joke. The kind of thing your uncle might say after watching you trip over a saddle for the 5th time in a row. But in the Mongol world, it's a promise. A daily threat disguised as cultural wisdom. A proverb with consequences. Because in this place, on this wind-flattened steppe where the sun burns your skin and the cold rewires your bones, not being able to ride a horse doesn't make you useless. It makes you dangerous. It means you're a liability. It means you slow the machine. And the Mongol war machine does not wait for limping legs. It accelerates. And if you're not ready, you go into the wheels. Not metaphorically, literally. Let's rewind to the part where you get your first horse. There's no ceremony, no soft flute music, no painted bridle with your name stitched lovingly into the leather. Just a tethered beast with murder in its eyes, glaring at you like it already knows you don't deserve to be near it. This isn't a show pony. This is a semi-feral death engine that's been trained to gallop through fire, ice, and screaming chaos, all while carrying an archer who's shooting backwards at 30 miles per hour. You are not that archer. You're just a guy standing there with cold hands and no idea how stirrups work. But here's the secret no one tells you. Mongol horses hate hesitation. They smell it. They know when you're unsure. They know when your grip is weak. And they punish it, not out of cruelty, not because they're evil, but because they've been raised in a world where every step might be onto a battlefield. Their lives depend on confidence and rhythm. You bring neither. You bring socks that aren't thick enough and the quiet, quivering fear of someone who once fell off a donkey and never quite recovered. Mounting the horse is your first failure. You grab the saddle horn with the hesitation of a boy holding a snake for the first time. You try to swing your leg over, but your cloak gets caught. Your foot hits the wrong side of the stirrup. You make a sound, not a scream, not a grunt, but something uniquely embarrassing. And then you bounce. You bounce off the saddle and hit the ground like a sack of soup, flopping into a mud puddle that might also contain horse urine. Congratulations. Everyone saw that. The men nearby say nothing. They don't laugh. That would be merciful. Instead, they stare. Stare like you've insulted their ancestors, their gods, and their lunch all in one motion. You failed the first test. The only test that matters. Because here's the thing. In the Mongol Horde, riding a horse isn't just a skill. It's not something you put on your resume between can read poetry and good at campfire stories. It's your identity, your citizenship, your right to exist. You don't ride a horse. You might as well not breathe. And if you try to explain that you're still learning, someone will kindly remind you that learning is for children. You're a soldier now, or supposed to be, so they give you a second chance. Sort of. You're told, calmly, flatly, to get on the horse again. You do. This time you manage to swing your leg over without falling, which feels like progress. It's not, because now the horse starts walking. You're not controlling it. It just starts. You pull the reins. You say, whoa, even though you don't speak Mongolian and neither does the horse. At least, not that kind of whoa. The horse doesn't stop. It picks up speed. Now you're trotting, then cantering, then galloping, no, dragging. You've slid halfway out of the saddle, and your foot is still stuck in the stirrup. You're sideways. The world is spinning. You hit a bump. You taste blood. And now your noble steed is dragging you across the steppe like a sack of cabbages no one wants to cook. The other warriors are riding alongside you, not to save you, but to make sure you don't ruin the formation. Someone yells, "Let go," which is funny because your body is already trying to do that. The part not attached to the saddle is fully prepared to abandon ship. Eventually, mercifully, the horse stops. You lie in the dust, half conscious, face full of grass and shame. Your leg is bruised, your dignity is gone, and somewhere in the distance, you can already hear the elders muttering about bad omens. Someone walks over, not to help you up, just to spit near your head and say, "Try again." And so you do, because there is no other option. There is no car to ride in, no mentor to hold your hand. If you're injured, you ride. If you're sick, you ride. If you're half dead from hypothermia and your fingers are blackened stumps of regret, you ride. The horse doesn't care. The horde doesn't care. The wind definitely doesn't care. You're expected to learn by doing, by falling, by bleeding. And eventually, somehow, you improve. You learn to anticipate the rhythm. You learn to shift your weight when the terrain changes. You stop fighting the horse and start moving with it. You even name it. Not out loud, of course. That would be sentimental. But in your head, you call it something like Demon with Hooves or Sir Gallop Sallet the Merciless. It's a form of therapy. The bruises fade. Your posture adjusts. Your spine stops screaming at you in Morse code. One day, you even reach down mid-ride and tie your boot without falling off. No one notices. That's fine. In the Mongol world, survival is its own reward. But the fear never fully leaves. Because you know, deep down, that this horse is a test. Every ride is a question. Do you deserve to keep up? And if the answer is ever no, if you falter, if you freeze, if you fall, the answer isn't just failure. It's pain. It's being left behind. It's being dragged across the steppe until someone gets bored or the horse needs a water break. You also learn that horses aren't just vehicles here. They're extensions of their riders. Weapons, companions, metaphors. The Mongol cavalry doesn't just ride into battle. They become the battle. 10,000 horses moving like one body, one breath, one sound that rises like a storm from the earth and doesn't stop until everything in its path is dead or converted. The bond between horse and rider is sacred, terrifying, and absolutely not optional. You've seen what happens to the ones who can't bond. They're the ones carrying supplies on foot, the ones cleaning latrines, the ones who mysteriously disappear after a raid and are later remembered only as that one guy who couldn't ride. Their names are never sung. Their stories are never told. They are the unhorsed, the forgotten. You will not be them. So you ride. Every day, every hour. Rain, snow, wind, or hail the size of your regrets. You ride until the saddle feels like part of your body. You ride until the horse listens to your breath, and not just your hands. You ride until you forget what walking even felt like. You ride because the only other option is to be dragged. And no one survives that twice. You don't survive long in a Mongol horde before you learn the most important rule. Genghis Khan does not care how you feel. This might seem obvious, given that you're currently living in a camp that smells like scorched yak hair and bad decisions. But it hits differently when you realize that your entire existence, your training, your mission, your identity, has been shaped by a man who motivates his troops with two things: terror and glory. In that order. Not kindness, not charisma, not speeches about democracy or teamwork. No inspirational posters with horses galloping into sunsets. Just death and immortality, shaken together in a leather flask and poured down your throat before dawn. Genghis Khan, the man behind this empire-sized panic attack, was not in the business of giving out hugs. His version of a performance review involved your village either becoming part of his empire or ceasing to exist. And if you were lucky enough to already be in the empire, his motivational style was simple: obey, excel, and you might live. Disobey, disappoint, and I will salt the ground where your memory stood. This man wasn't just a warlord. He was a thunderstorm in human form, born from nothing and determined to make sure everyone remembered that. He didn't just build a military. He built momentum, a force so terrifying, so relentless, that entire civilizations packed up and fled just hearing he was coming. Now you may ask, how does one man, one guy with a horse, a sword, and a chip the size of the steppe on his shoulder, build an empire that spans continents? Answer: by being the human embodiment of "you better not mess this up," and by making sure that every soldier under his command, including you, knew exactly what the consequences were for screwing up. Let's break it down, not with bullet points, because we don't do that here, but with the raw reality of what it's like to live under a man whose version of positive reinforcement involved not killing your entire family when you underperformed. Because for Genghis, terror wasn't a side effect of conquest. It was the strategy. You see it every day, even if you never see him in person. His laws, his punishments, his systems of reward. They wrap around your life like a noose braided from horsehair and fear. You learn early that everything is recorded, not on paper, but in memory, in whispers, in the sharp stares of commanders who don't forget when you show up 5 minutes late for spear drills. You've heard the stories. Everyone has. How entire cities were wiped from the map because one governor insulted him. How disobedience, even by a handful of soldiers, could result in collective execution. Not just for those soldiers, but their families, their villages, their livestock, their pets' fleas. Genghis didn't do things halfway. His message was clear: disobedience is contagious. Eradicate it completely. And yet, somehow, people followed him. Not just followed, but worshipped him. Why? Because if you survived, if you obeyed, if you excelled, the rewards were mythical. Land, loot, honor, a place in the stories. Maybe even a seat near the fire, where veterans passed down tales of glory while sipping fermented horse milk and pretending not to cry when they remember the screaming. Genghis knew what every great manipulator knows. Fear alone doesn't make people loyal, but fear mixed with purpose, that makes zealots. And you, my unlucky friend, are now a zealot in training. You wake up each morning to a camp that runs like clockwork, not because people love rules, but because breaking them might get you executed. You train harder than you thought humanly possible, not because you enjoy it, but because the last guy who skipped training had his saddle turned into a warning sign. And when you ride in a battle, you do so knowing that victory means treasure and songs, but failure means being left behind as an example. But here's the genius of Genghis Khan's motivational style. It doesn't feel like tyranny. At least not to you. Not once you've internalized it. It feels like destiny. Like you're part of something larger than yourself. Something brutal, yes. Something unforgiving, but something immortal. He tells you that the world is weak, that civilization is soft, that the cities you burn are full of people who've forgotten how to fight, how to survive, how to matter. And suddenly, you're not just a poor kid from some nameless stretch of grassland anymore. You're a weapon in a holy campaign to remake the world in the image of the steppes. That's the other half of Genghis's system, glory. You're told that glory lasts forever. That your name, yes, yours, the same name your mother screamed when you tried to ride a pig as a child, will one day be carved into the bones of the earth. You will be remembered, sung about, feared. The world will know the Mongols. And if you're lucky, it'll know you too. That promise? That's what gets you back on your horse after you break a rib. That's what makes you ride for days without sleep. That's what makes you cross a frozen river with no boots. Because Genghis said march. It's not loyalty. It's religion. But without the forgiveness. The man doesn't smile. He doesn't tell jokes. He doesn't give speeches filled with warmth and unity. He gives orders. He gives victories. He gives you the chance to be more than dust. And you take it. Because in a world where your other options were starvation, banditry, or getting trampled by your neighbor's goats, this feels like ascension. You serve because you must. But you also serve because part of you, the deep, gnawing part that wants to matter, believes. And that's the final trick. Genghis didn't just terrify the world into submission. He recruited belief. From you. From your friends, from your enemies. Every village he conquered, potential new believers. Every soldier he spared, a new disciple. He didn't just build an army. He built a myth and made you part of it, whether you wanted to be or not. And that, dear listener, is why you keep writing, why you keep training, why you nod respectfully when someone brings up the man's name, even when your thighs are raw from saddle rash and your hands are too cold to feel your own arrows. Because Genghis Khan doesn't need to be in the yurt with you to motivate you. He's already in your head. He's the reason you don't slack off, the reason you don't run, the reason you say yes, even when everything inside you is screaming no. You don't want to be the cautionary tale. You want to be the example. You want the glory. Or at least, you want to die trying. So you rise early. You ride hard. You obey. You fight. You sing songs you barely understand about a future that may never come. And you do it all knowing that somewhere, far away, the man at the top may never know your name. But he owns your fate anyway. Welcome to the Horde. Let's talk about your stuff. Specifically, how little of it you're allowed to have. Because in the Mongol Horde, personal belongings are a luxury reserved for people who aren't expected to gallop across frozen rivers while wearing half a yurt and shooting at terrified villagers. You own almost nothing, and that almost nothing is carried by you. Not your horse, not a wagon, not a pack mule, because no one's wasting a mule on your sentimental baggage. Just you, your legs, your back, and a sack that smells like everything you've ever regretted buying. There's no closet, no chest of drawers, no decorative shelf to display the arrowhead you found during that one training exercise where you almost lost a toe. You don't even have a room to keep these imaginary luxuries in. You sleep on the ground, under the stars, beside someone who grinds his teeth in his sleep and smells like fermented rage. So what do you own? A saddle blanket, a knife, maybe an extra pair of underclothes if you haven't lost them to wind, fire, or horse-related mishaps. You've got a bow, a quiver, a few arrows that aren't completely splintered, and a flint stone you guard like it's made of gold because it's the only way you'll start a fire without humiliating yourself in front of the older warriors who light theirs using a single spark and pure disdain. Your cooking gear? That's a dented iron pot the size of a helmet, and maybe a wooden spoon that's more splinter than utensil. You keep it tied to your pack with a leather thong, and it clanks against your ribs every time you ride like a little percussion solo of misery. For hygiene, you've got a cloth, a bowl, and whatever river isn't frozen solid. No soap. Soap is for people with permanent addresses and a sense of dignity. You wash yourself with sand or snow, depending on the mood of the gods. Your hair is combed with your fingers. Your fingernails are cleaned with your knife. And your knife is cleaned with your cloak, which is also your blanket, your coat, your towel, and sometimes, if you're truly unlucky, your pillow. Your sack is made of rawhide, stiffened by weather and the sheer weight of unmet expectations. It has no compartments, no clever zippers, no secret pouches. It holds everything badly. If it rains, it leaks. If it snows, it freezes. If you drop it, it rolls into a ditch and loses your flintstone for 3 hours. But you carry it every day, on foot, on horseback, in a camp, out of camp, up hills, across rivers, through waist-high grasslands and ankle-deep mud. You carry it while being yelled at, while being ignored, while desperately trying to remember whether your commander said go west or don't go west. There is no pack animal coming to rescue you. You are the pack animal. And the reason for this? It's not that the Mongols are cruel. Not just that. It's that mobility is everything. The Horde doesn't stop for baggage. The Horde doesn't wait while you rummage for your spare socks or cry because you forgot your ceremonial dagger in the last yurt. When the order comes to move, you move. If you're lucky, you get 10 minutes to grab your things. If you're unlucky, you're already moving and have to hope your belongings are still attached to you. You learn to pack fast, to pack tight, to never unpack fully. You sleep with your boots beside your head and your knife under your chest. If you die in your sleep, and frankly, there are days where that sounds like a mercy, at least someone will find your things neatly bundled for redistribution. Mongol practicality at its finest. Now let's talk about food. You don't own food. You scavenge it. You trade for it. You get issued rations, which is a fancy word for here's some dried meat and maybe a handful of sour curds. Try not to cry. If you're lucky, you'll get to kill something and cook it, but that means carrying a spit, firewood, seasoning, none of which you have, so congratulations, you're chewing raw tendon under the stars again. Water? You fill your skin flask when you can. Sometimes the water's clean. Sometimes it's flavored with frog. You learn how to ask. On particularly festive occasions, someone might hand you a piece of hard bread. Bread so tough it could double as a shield. And you pretend it's a feast. You bite down, chip a tooth, and say thank you. Now here's the strange thing. Despite all this, the lack of stuff, the terrible food, the ever-present threat of frostbite or gut rot, you get used to it. That sack becomes part of you. You stop seeing it as a burden and start seeing it as freedom. Because everything you own fits in it. You could ride for miles, abandon camp, join a different unit, or vanish into the wilderness, and nothing would change. You become light, mobile, unburdened. Your entire life, your entire identity, is portable. The Mongols understood this. They didn't build stone houses. They built empires out of tents and saddles. They didn't weigh themselves down with treasure chests and silk robes. They carried what they needed and took the rest from whoever was slow enough to get conquered. Your sack isn't just a bag. It's a symbol. It says, I am ready to leave. At any time. In any direction. With everything I need already on my back. And that's the real power. Because the people you conquer, they live in cities. They need walls, beds, bathhouses. They have so much stuff they can't imagine abandoning it. They cling to it, panic over it, die for it. You shrug and keep writing. Let the palace burn. Let the libraries collapse. You've got your sack, your horse, your bow, and your grit. That's all you ever needed. And as long as you can still carry it, you're still part of the Horde. Let's not pretend you joined the Mongol Horde for the food. You didn't wake up one frosty morning on the steppe, gaze toward the horizon, and say to yourself, you know what I could really go for? A steaming bowl of blood soup and some mare milk that's been fermenting inside a goat's stomach since last Tuesday. No, you signed up, or were dragged in, because there was nothing else. No land to farm, no cities to rule, no gods whispering down from heaven offering scholarships. You signed up because in the Horde, at least, starvation came with structure. Now, that being said, You might have hoped the food situation would be slightly better than boiled sinew and regret. You might have pictured feasts after victories, tables lined with roasted meat, perhaps a song or two while gnawing on mutton. But you'd be wrong. So very, violently wrong. Because this isn't Rome. This isn't Persia. This isn't a court full of delicate trays and silver spoons. This is the Mongol Horde, where your average Tuesday dinner looks like someone dropped the contents of a butcher shop floor into a pot and dared the weather to stop them. Let's start with the basics, meat. And yes, there's plenty of it. In theory, this is, after all, a cavalry culture surrounded by livestock. But that doesn't mean you're getting roasted lamb on demand. That lamb, it's still alive, probably walking beside your horse. Food in the horde is still walking around on 4 legs, looking at you with vague suspicion and probably your next breakfast in its eyes. You don't waste meat. You don't cook for pleasure. You cook for calories. And most of what you eat comes in the form of boiled fat, because that's what keeps you alive. Not lean muscle, not crisp skin. Fat, big globs of it, floating in broth, melting in your hands, coating your tongue like betrayal. Sometimes it's mutton, sometimes horse, sometimes on bad weeks, mystery meat, usually something small and fast that got unlucky. You boil it because it's fast, because it's efficient, because Mongol pots are big, shared, and used for everything from dinner to boiling arrow tips. You ladle the food out with a carved bone spoon that hasn't seen soap since the concept of sanitation was invented. Then there's blood soup. You don't make blood soup because you want to. You make it because the animal didn't have time to die properly, or because you're conserving every scrap of nourishment before the next raid. You slit the throat, collect the blood in a bowl, mix it with hot water, maybe add a few herbs if someone robbed a monastery recently. And there you go. Blood soup. It's exactly as metallic, hot, and joyless as it sounds. Thick, red, slightly curdled. Best consumed quickly before it congeals into something that looks back at you. You sip it with the quiet resolve of someone pretending this is fine. It's not. But your commander is watching, and you don't want to be the guy who turns down dinner and gets assigned horse gut cleaning duty for being ungrateful. Speaking of horses, let's talk mare's milk. You've heard of this delicacy, maybe whispered stories around the fire. Kumis, they call it. Fermented mare's milk. Sounds exotic, even refreshing. That is, until you see how it's made. Step 1. You milk a mare. Not easy. She hates you. She kicks. She moves. You get a warm splash of something down your arm and try not to cry. Step 2. You pour that milk into a leather sack. That sack has already been used for 3 other things today, none of which were dairy related. Step 3. You leave it out to ferment. No temperature control. No fridge. Just step air and time. Step 4. You shake it. Vigorously. For hours. Or days. Because fermentation needs movement, and you are the movement. The result? A white, sour, fizzy liquid that smells like a cheese factory dyed in the sun. It goes down like spoiled yogurt mixed with vinegar and ambition. And yes, it has alcohol. Not enough to make you forget you're in a goatskin yurt surrounded by snoring warriors and farts, but just enough to make you think this isn't that bad. Of course, if you're lucky, you might get a treat. Some dry curds, a few wild onions, maybe a piece of hard cheese so solid it doubles as a projectile weapon. But treats don't last. They get snatched up fast, traded, hoarded, or eaten in secret behind a horse cart while pretending you're fixing a saddle strap. You don't eat to enjoy. You eat to survive. Meals are functional, shared, brief, served on your lap or on the ground. Your bowl is your bowl. Your knife is your fork, and your hands are your napkins. And the conversations? Usually about whether you'll be alive tomorrow, or how bad someone's diarrhea was last night. Charming. But here's the part they don't tell you. Eventually, you stop noticing. You stop hoping for flavor. You stop missing bread. You stop comparing every meal to the honey pastries your grandmother used to make back in that village that's now a pile of ashes thanks to last season's campaign. Your stomach adapts. Your standards disintegrate. You drink the mare milk. You chew the fat. You slurp the blood soup and grunt approval, because that's what Mongols do. You become the thing you feared, a man who considers lukewarm gristle a blessing. And in a strange, horrifying way, you start to like it. Because food, in the Horde, isn't just nourishment. It's a ritual, a bonding experience, a reminder that you and the guy next to you, who once tried to stab you over a stolen blanket, are in this together. You both ate the soup. You both drank the milk. You both survived another night with a stomach full of boiling sadness and meat chunks. That's the magic of Mongol cuisine. It unites you. In trauma. So the next time someone offers you warm fermented horse milk in a cracked wooden bowl, drink it. Smile. Say thank you. Try not to gag. Because this might be the last hot meal you get before someone tells you to saddle up and ride for 3 days straight through a snowstorm with nothing but a jerky strip and half a boiled turnip. And trust me, when that happens, you'll miss the blood soup. You think of people who conquered half the world would have figured out toilets. But no, you've joined the most mobile, terrifying war machine in history. A civilization of brilliant tacticians, expert archers, and logistics geniuses who could move entire armies across deserts. And not one of them has invented privacy. Especially not for the messier parts of being alive. Out here, on the endless steppe, there are no walls. No cubicles. No designated quiet space to process your feelings or your digestive system. When you need to go, you just go. Somewhere near a bush, or a ditch, or behind a sleeping horse if you're feeling bold. There are no signs. No line of yurts labeled gentlemen and ladies with cute little symbols. They're just eyes. Watching. Always watching. And probably judging. Let's say you've been eating nothing but boiled fat and fermented mare milk for 3 days straight. First of all, I'm sorry. Second of all, your stomach is now a hostile environment. It's not asking politely. It's issuing ultimatums. So you step outside the camp, hoping, praying, for a few minutes alone. And that's where the horror really begins. Because guess what? You're never alone. Someone is always nearby, brushing a horse, resharpening a sword, gathering sticks, singing a deeply unsettling war ballad that involves throats singing and the distant threat of violence. Someone always sees you. Someone always knows. You duck behind a rock and try to convince yourself that this counts as privacy. It doesn't. Meanwhile, the wind is strong enough to peel your skin off, and the ground is either frozen solid or suspiciously squishy. There are no leaves, no grass, nothing absorbent. You have no toilet paper, because paper is a luxury for people who write things down. And you, poor fool, are illiterate and constipated. So you wipe with snow, or dirt, or whatever unlucky piece of cloth you're willing to sacrifice from your already pitiful collection of belongings. Then comes the walk of shame back to camp. You know what you did. They know what you did. And no one will say anything. Because it's normal. That's the worst part. It's normal. Bodily functions are just another part of daily life. Like stabbing people or boiling horse ribs. Everyone hears it. Everyone smells it. And no one pretends otherwise. You want dignity? Tough luck. You want a moment to cry into your cloak in peace? Good luck with that, too. There's always someone within 10 feet. Always a conversation happening. Always a baby wailing, or a goat farting, or a commander screaming about how the yurts were packed too slowly, and now the spirits are angry. Try finding a quiet moment to process your trauma, while a man 2 feet from you is flossing his teeth with a horsehair thread and humming about battlefield decapitations. But here's where it gets truly bleak. Even in sleep, even at your most vulnerable, there's no barrier. You lie in a yurt full of other men. You all share the same air, the same fleas, the same boiling pot of whatever that was. And if someone lets something slip in the middle of the night, a snore, a belch, something wetter, nobody flinches. They might laugh, or sigh, or roll over. But privacy? It's just not a concept that exists anymore. You learn to turn off that part of your brain. The part that craves solitude. That misses wooden doors and curtains, and sitting on something that doesn't try to kill you. You stop caring who sees what. You stop flinching when someone walks by during your most humiliating moments. You become numb to the whole experience. Because you have to. Because out here, in the Mongol Horde, you're not a person with personal space. You are a cog in a massive war machine. A warm body with a sharp weapon and a strong bladder. You're expected to function like a soldier, not complain like a prince. So you adapt. You start squatting with more confidence. You find better bushes. You learn to keep an emergency rag tucked in your sash. Not because anyone taught you, but because after 3 miserable days of using frozen moss, you figure it out yourself. Innovation, Mongol style. And eventually, it stops being embarrassing. Because the guy next to you, he's been through the same. He's wiped with pine cones. He's vomited on his boots during a thunderstorm. He's had diarrhea at full gallop. A feat of both courage and terrible timing. No one judges. No one cares. You're all gross. You're all suffering. And that makes you equals in the most disgusting, humbling way possible. Now I don't think it's just you. The elite warriors? Same problem. The great generals? Also squatting in the grass with their cloaks pulled up and their dignity somewhere back in Karakoram. Even Genghis Khan himself, terrifying and untouchable as he seemed, had to take a break from empire building now and then to answer nature's call behind a boulder. Everyone poops, even demigods. But here's the dark twist. Even that's not safe. Because when you're in enemy territory or riding through a cursed region, or just in the middle of a paranoid week, the act of relieving yourself can become a spiritual liability. Bad omens, they say. Improper rituals. Offending the spirits. Dig the hole wrong. Squat in the wrong direction. Do anything disrespectful. And suddenly the next battle goes poorly, and it's your fault. There are even taboos about where and when you can go. Not near sacred trees. Not at night during certain moons. Not too close to your commander's yurt. Or someone might accuse you of symbolic insult. Yes, that's a real thing. Congratulations. Now your bowel movement is political. So now you're not just constipated. You're anxiously constipated. Every gurgle from your stomach is a potential act of treason. You try to hold it, but the food, oh God, the food, is aggressively non-compliant. Fat soup, sour milk, jerky that fights back. Your intestines are staging a rebellion. And you, brave warrior, are losing. You pray for privacy. You get goats. You pray for silence. You get throats singing. You pray for dignity. You get laughed at by a 6-year-old herder who saw you squatting behind a rock and now thinks you're a god of wind. But you know what? After a while, even that stops mattering. Because there's something freeing, in the most horrible way possible, about letting go of shame. When there's no place to hide, you stop pretending. You stop worrying about appearances. You become real, raw, honest, disgusting, and somehow stronger for it. You stop flinching when someone farts mid-conversation. You stop caring who hears you pee. You stop dreaming of porcelain thrones and start judging bushes like a sommelier judges wine. Low wind resistance, good visibility, but poor cover. 3 out of 5. You become part of the land, of the horde, of the strange, stinking, unstoppable swarm of humanity that conquers not by charm, not by eloquence, but by sheer endurance, physical, emotional, and gastrointestinal. And that's how you survive. Not just by fighting, not just by riding, but by squatting, wiping, gritting your teeth, and getting back on a horse. Literally. Knowing that there's no privacy, no comfort, and no escape from the most human parts of war. You may never be clean again, but you'll be a Mongol. You want to complain? How cute. You a dust-covered nobody with saddle sores and a chunk of dried yak meat stuck between your back teeth are going to open your mouth in the middle of a Mongol horde camp and utter something like, "Ugh, my boots are wet," or "This meat is cold," or the ever-popular death wish, "I miss home." Adorable. Suicidal, but adorable. Here's how that goes. You grumble, maybe under your breath, maybe just loud enough for the guy next to you to hear. Doesn't matter, because someone always hears. And the moment you do, the mood changes. A silence drops like a rock into the middle of a frozen river. Everyone turns. Everyone watches. And for a moment, you are no longer part of the faceless machine. You are a spotlighted clown on the step's coldest stage. Now, what happens next depends on who heard you first. If it's your fellow grunts, the guys just as miserable and lice-bitten as you, you'll be met with theatrical gasps and exaggerated laughter. Oh no, the little princeling's feet are sore. Maybe we should summon the Khan himself to rub your toes with goat butter. Or perhaps we should melt snow in a golden bowl so your delicate hands don't have to touch water that's been near commoners. They will not comfort you. They will not nod in solidarity. They will mock you, loudly, relentlessly, creatively. And heaven help you if you try to explain or backtrack. That just gives them more material. Now you're not just a winner. You're a winner who thinks he's misunderstood. The worst kind. Within minutes, you'll be given a new nickname. Something permanent. Something poetic. Like Princess Blister or Moans at Morning. And it'll stick. For weeks. Maybe forever. If you think the Mongol Horde has no time for formalities, let me assure you, they have time for this. But if it's not your fellow warriors who hear you, if it's someone higher up the ladder, a squad captain, a battle-hardened veteran, or worse, someone close to the Khan, congratulations. You're now the entertainment. Not in a good way. You won't be punished directly, not at first. That would be too merciful. Instead, you'll be used, weaponized, transformed into a living joke that boosts morale through public humiliation. The commander might call attention to you during the next morning's speech. Brothers, today we ride 50 miles through snow. Unless that's too far for little toes over here. Cue laughter. Cue applause. Cue your soul dying just a little inside. From that moment forward, your suffering is no longer private. It's communal. You've given the camp something to bond over. You're whining. And Mongols love a good bonding ritual. They'll reenact your complaint around the fire. With impressions, they'll compose songs about your tragic tale. The ballad of the cold meat complainer. They'll draw stick figures on yurt walls of you sobbing into a bucket while riding backward on a pony. Your life becomes performance art. And you're the unwilling star. Now, you might think, naively, that you can tough it out, prove them wrong, earn their respect back. Oh no, that ship has sailed. That ship was set on fire and used as a latrine by a passing general. Because in this world, once you're marked as soft, weak, or God forbid, civilized, you never fully recover. You're not just mocked for that one complaint. You're mocked for every potential complaint you didn't even make yet. If you limp, it's because you tripped over your own entitlement. If you yawn, it's because you're bored by the glorious work of conquest. If you sneeze, someone will immediately say, "Poor thing, he's allergic to victory." And if, by some cosmic misfortune, you actually get injured, like really injured, say an arrow through the thigh, no one believes you. Not at first. Not after you cried about soup temperature last week. They'll laugh. Poke the wound. Use it as a cup holder until it starts leaking too much. This is your new reality. Because in the Horde, survival is a group activity, and the group cannot afford your feelings. There's a reason why Mongol warriors didn't write poetry about sunsets or craft sonnets about sore ankles. Emotion is a luxury. Comfort is a myth. And complaining is treated like a virus, the kind that spreads quickly, kills morale, and must be eradicated with brutal efficiency. But you don't just suffer mockery. Sometimes you're given a task, a chance to redeem yourself, which sounds noble until you realize that this task is either A, impossible, B, humiliating, or C, both. You'll be ordered to carry the heaviest supplies, to clean out the communal pot with a pine cone, to collect firewood in a storm while naked from the waist down, just to toughen you up. all while your comrades cheer you on with the same energy usually reserved for public executions. And you will do it, because if you don't do it, well, then the jokes turn into suspicion. If you really want to die in the steppe, try being seen as lazy and disloyal. That's when the laughter stops. That's when you start getting assigned the worst horses, the worst gear, the worst shifts. That's when you stop getting your fair share of dinner. When your saddle accidentally goes missing before a long ride. When your bowstring snaps mysteriously and no one offers you a spare. That's when you start sleeping with one eye open. Because the Horde doesn't forgive weakness. It consumes it. And you become dessert. So what do? Simple. You adapt. Fast. You never complain again. Ever. Not even when your skin cracks in the cold. Not even when you wake up in a puddle of another man's stomach problems. Not even when your horse throws you into a ditch and tramples your pride into the frost. You laugh. You grunt. You nod. You say, "Ah yes, good weather for bloodshed." You say, "Delicious soup, love the bones." You say, "Sleep? Overrated. I prefer hallucinating from exhaustion." And over time, the others start to forget. The jokes fade. Your nickname is replaced by someone else's. You fade back into anonymity, which is the highest honor a grunt can hope for. But deep down, you remember. You remember the moment your voice cracked, and you let the misery slip out. And you vow, never again. You develop a filter, a mask. You become fluent in sarcasm, in stoicism, in the ancient art of holding in every complaint until it calcifies into a gallstone the size of a sheep's eye. Because that's what it means to survive in the Horde. You don't just endure the weather, the food, the wounds, the war. You endure each other. And if, one day, someone else complains, oh, it's your turn now. You'll be the first to laugh, the first to tell a joke, the first to draw a little picture of Captain Cries-a-Lot with exaggerated tears and a donkey for a steed. Because it's not personal. It's tradition. Because out here, if you complain, you become the entertainment. At some point in this miserable whirlwind of cold wind, sour milk, and questionable stew meat, you start to realize that you're not just being watched by your fellow warriors. Oh no, there's a deeper gaze. One you can't duck behind a horse to avoid. One you can't escape by pretending to be busy brushing your boots. Because up there, somewhere above your lice-bitten scalp and rapidly decaying dignity, is the sky god. Tungri, the big one, the endless blue, the eternal judge. And unlike your squad commander, who might occasionally blink or get distracted by a bone stuck in his teeth, Tungri never looks away. Ever. You might think, after enduring days of saddle bruises, ceremonial humiliation, and community meals that taste like regret, the spiritual part of this job would offer you some peace. Maybe a little comfort. A gentle divine presence to hold your hand through your fourth consecutive nightmare about being trampled by horses wearing your father's face. But no, that's not how this works. In the Mongol world, the divine doesn't coddle you. It evaluates you, constantly, and not just during prayers or rituals. No, all the time. Woke up late because your horse rolled over onto your arm in the night. Tungri saw that. Forgot to thank the spirits before drinking water from a sacred stream. Marked. Grumbled under your breath about the weather. That's not just a complaint. That's a potential sign of spiritual weakness. A cosmic black mark. And the sky god doesn't issue warnings. He just watches, judges, and, when the mood strikes, unleashes consequences with the cold precision of an accountant who's also an arsonist. Out here, belief isn't a hobby or a private matter. It's oxygen. It's policy. It's embedded in every single choice, action, and bowel movement. And the terrifying part, it's invisible. The sky god doesn't appear in burning bushes or thunderclaps. He just hovers, somewhere, possibly behind that one creepy cloud that always looks vaguely like your disappointed grandfather. And so you start second-guessing everything. Should I have crossed the river at that angle? Did I offer enough incense? Was that hiccup a bad omen? You start tracing circles in the dirt without knowing why. You catch yourself muttering apologies to your soup. Because maybe, just maybe, that feeling of being constantly watched isn't just paranoia. Maybe it's cosmic surveillance. And when something goes wrong, when a horse goes lame, or someone gets sick, or the wind starts howling during a funeral chant, guess who everyone looks at? Not the spirits, not the wind. You. Because maybe you offended Tungri. Maybe your dumb mistake, your forgotten ritual, your skipped offering, your impure thoughts while milking a goat, is why the sky god is now punishing the entire camp. This is where the fun begins. Because now you're not just guilty. You're the spiritual problem. The walking curse. You don't just get mocked. You get feared. The air gets colder around you. People move their bedding slightly farther away. The shaman glances in your direction and starts humming suspiciously. And someone, somewhere, is definitely sharpening a bone knife. Just in case. See, in the Horde, you don't need proof. You just need bad vibes. And if Tungri is mad, someone's got to pay. Offerings must be made. Sacrifices must be arranged. And if the sheep are too valuable and no one wants to part with a good horse, well, that leaves you, doesn't it? Now, you're not an idiot. You've seen this play out before. That guy 3 camps over who sneezed during a solar eclipse vanished. The girl who forgot to light the incense before the seasonal migration fell off her horse twice and then conveniently disappeared into guard duty and was never seen again. So what do? You overcorrect. Wildly. You bow too often. You mumble prayers constantly. You carry extra offerings in your saddle pouch, like a walking spiritual vending machine. You pretend to know which direction the sacred winds blow, even though you've failed that part of camp training. You nod gravely at the sky every morning like you're in on some cosmic inside joke. And maybe, just maybe, it works. Or maybe it doesn't. Because the problem with trying to please the sky god is that he never gives feedback. No thumbs up. No warm glow. Just more clouds. More silence. More maybe this is fine. Or maybe we're all doomed and it's your fault again. You live in permanent spiritual suspense. One sneeze away from disaster. And that's just your personal paranoia. Then comes the performance. Because remember, you're not alone. You're surrounded by other believers. And Mongol spirituality is communal, theatrical, and deeply competitive. You're all trying to out-humble, out-pray, and out-sacrifice each other like spiritual gladiators in a giant cosmic coliseum. You see your tent mate kneel to the east for the 7th time in an hour? Better kneel 8. Someone gives up their dried meat ration to the ancestors. You toss in your whole lunch and smile like it's no big deal. The shaman starts chanting about purification. You throw yourself on the ground and pretend to be possessed by ancestral guilt. Because if you don't, you're suspicious. And suspicious people die. Or worse, they get blamed for things they didn't do. And out here, in a camp full of exhausted warriors who think the moon controls their destiny, being the scapegoat is a fast track to getting reassigned to guard duty at the edge of a cliff during a windstorm. But even if you're doing everything right, even if your rituals are flawless, your heart is pure, and your goat-milking thoughts are chaste, you still feel it. That gaze, that eerie, buzzing awareness that you're never really alone, that your thoughts echo somewhere, that your mistakes live on long after you've buried them. Because Tungri doesn't forget. He doesn't take bribes. He doesn't offer forgiveness on a whim. He's not your buddy, your therapist, or your cool uncle in the clouds. He's law. He's order. He's cosmic bureaucracy without the paperwork. And if he decides that you, personally, are a liability to the spiritual order of things, there's no appeal process, no defense, just judgment. And that judgment, it doesn't always come in thunderbolts or disease. Sometimes it's smaller, subtler, like your saddle strap snapping in the middle of a charge, or your yurt catching fire while no one's inside to stop it, or your favorite horse suddenly refusing to look you in the eye. as if it knows. You try not to believe it. You tell yourself it's coincidence, that the universe isn't personal, that maybe you're just tired, and the sky doesn't actually care about your existence. But then you remember the stories. The one about the soldier who mocked a prayer chant and got trampled by his own ox cart the next day. The old woman who stopped feeding the ancestral shrine and found her family line mysteriously wiped out in a single winter. The commander who doubted the shaman's vision and was struck blind in one eye after eating bad cheese. Coincidence? Maybe. But do you want to bet your life on maybe? So you keep your mouth shut. You bow to the wind. You nod to the stars. You pretend that every bone you throw, every chant you mumble, every awkward kneel in freezing mud actually matters. Because if it doesn't, then this whole terrifying, arbitrary world is just chaos. And somehow, believing in a judgmental sky god is less terrifying than that. So yes, the sky god is always watching. And yes, he's judging. But you're surviving. Barely. It's still dark. Not cozy, dreamy dark. Not the kind where you roll over and steal 5 more minutes with your blanket. No, this is sharp, bitter, soul-punching darkness. The kind that seeps into your lungs and whispers, "You might die today, but first, let's see if you can even stand up." Because in the Mongol Horde, morning doesn't begin with a sunrise. It begins with roll call. That most sacred of rituals where you, sleep-deprived, cold, sore, and smelling faintly of boiled yak, must prove, in person, that you still exist. Forget the idea of waking up. That implies agency. You don't wake up. You are yanked into consciousness by a guttural shout from somewhere outside your yurt. It's not a name. It's not even a word. It's just noise, loud, nasal, terrifying. Maybe it's your commander. Maybe it's a drunk cousin of a war chief. Maybe it's a bird. Who knows? The only thing that matters is that you now have approximately 30 seconds to go from half dead to upright. You throw off your blanket. It's damp. Because of course it is. Everything is damp. The air, your boots, your spirit. You fumble for your trousers, step into them with the grace of a falling goat, and yank on your fur vest, which still smells like whatever died to make it. Outside, more shouting, then the dreaded words. The Mongol version of line up, which roughly translates to, "Be here now or be dead forever." You stumble out into the cold. It hits your face like a slap from a glacier. You blink, instantly regret blinking. The wind is chewing through your clothes, your skin, your resolve. All around you, other bodies are emerging from yurts like undead warriors dragged from the earth. Some are limping. Some are already muttering prayers. One guy's putting his boots on backwards and still gets there before you. You form ranks, not because it's neat, but because standing in the wrong spot during roll call is an invitation for death. Or worse, a lecture. Your commander walks down the line, slowly, like a cat looking for something to knock off a shelf. He's silent at first. That's the worst part, because the longer he says nothing, the more you wonder if you've already done something wrong. Then he stops, not in front of you, not behind you, just near you. You freeze. So does everyone else. He squints, sniffs, points to someone down the line. "Where's the other one?" he says. And that, my friend, is how mornings begin, with the implication that someone is missing. Now, maybe the missing guy just overslept. Maybe he died. Maybe he's out back relieving himself and didn't realize how fast roll call came today. None of that matters. Because one missing man means one possible deserter. And desertion, in this army, is a sin just slightly less offensive than setting fire to your commander's tent and blaming it on a goat. The commander says nothing for a moment. Then he barks a name. No answer. He barks again. Louder. Still nothing. Everyone's eyes are now darting. Where is he? Is he dead? Is he late? And more importantly, if he's not here, will they punish us for it? Because yes, they will. You don't just survive in the Mongol Horde by being present. You survive by making sure everyone else is too. If one person fails a roll call, the punishment spreads. Like shame, like a plague. If your tent mate's missing, you're guilty by proximity. Maybe you didn't help him wake up. Maybe you didn't notice he was gone. Maybe you weren't on it. You whisper his name under your breath. You hope, somewhere he's sprinting toward the line half naked, boots in hand, cursing the sun for rising too slow. Then, like a miracle, there he is, staggering from between two yurts, hair wild, one boot on, one sock missing, eyes wide like a man who just remembered his own funeral was today. He joins the line. No one breathes. The commander walks toward him, stares, then asks the question everyone dreads. What happened? And now, this poor soul has a choice. Option A, lie. Option B, tell the truth. Option C, collapse from fear and hope death is merciful. He picks option B. I was relieving myself. The commander nods, slowly, then says, next time, bring the latrine to roll call, which is both absurd and possibly not a joke. Everyone laughs, uneasily. You're not sure if it's okay to laugh, but it's too late. Your mouth already did it. The commander glares at you. You stop. He moves on. You've survived so far. Now comes the head count. One by one, names are shouted. Not called. Shouted. If your name is Borchu of the Red Tent, it gets barked like a death threat. You must respond immediately and loudly, or else the shouting begins again, but angrier. You try to time your shout perfectly. Too early, and you sound overeager. Too late, and you sound guilty. Too soft, and you're ignored. Too loud, and now you're being sarcastic. There is no winning. There's only surviving. When your name is called, you yell, present, or some version of still breathing, and hope it's enough. It is, for now. But then comes inspection. Are your boots tied properly? Did you polish your armor? Does your saddlebag look like it's been chewed by wolves again? If you fail any of these micro-tests, you might get assigned extra duties, like shoveling horse dung, or worse, organizing goat entrails by texture. You once saw a man get assigned yurt seam checking for forgetting to shave his neck. He wept for 3 days. Finally, the commander finishes. He nods. Once. And just like that, it's over. You're still alive. Still part of the machine. You haven't been selected for punishment, exile, or a particularly stupid job like rat hunter. You did nothing remarkable. But sometimes, surviving morning roll call is the most heroic thing you'll do all day. You shuffle away with the others. No one talks about it. You just start preparing for the real horrors. Cold stew, a pointless march, some light plundering, maybe a surprise duel, and the possibility that by sunset, you'll be on fire. But for now, you stood in line. You didn't die. You weren't late. And the sky god, at least this morning, kept his lightning bolts to himself. Congratulations. You're standing outside your yurt, minding your own business. The sun is up. Your boots are damp. You're gnawing on something that was probably meat 2 days ago, now suspiciously chewy and whispering of vengeance. You're cold, but you've accepted that as your baseline emotion. You've survived morning roll call. You haven't been yelled at in least 15 minutes. Life, by Mongol standards, is good. Then a fellow warrior, broad-shouldered, cheerful, eyes twinkling with mischief or maybe hunger, walks up and says something friendly-sounding. You don't understand all the words, but you catch brother, honor, and mourning. That seems promising. And then he grabs you. Not violently. Not like an attack. More like a hug. Is this a hug? Oh, that's nice. How sweet. You let your arms go limp, unsure of the etiquette. Are you supposed to return the gesture? Is this how Mongols bond? Is this what friendship feels like? Then your face hits the dirt. Hard. You don't even know how it happened. One moment you're sort of hugging a man who smells like horse grease and old leather. The next moment your nose is full of earth. Your ribs are screaming. And there's an alarming amount of laughter around you. Congratulations. You've just been introduced to Mongolian wrestling, or as it's more accurately translated, friendship through humiliation and joint damage. You push yourself up. People are grinning. Someone claps you on the back, which almost knocks you over again. The man who flattened you is smiling like he just shared a joke with you, not like he just collapsed your self-esteem like a yurt in a windstorm. You try to smile back. Your teeth are full of gravel. You are confused and sore. This is the Mongol way. Out here, there's no handshake, no fist bump, no pat on the shoulder. If someone likes you, they test your physical limits. If someone respects you, they toss you onto the grass like a sack of haunted laundry and wait for you to get up smiling. Wrestling isn't just a pastime. It's how social status is measured, how grievances are settled, and most terrifying of all, how boredom is cured. And they're bored a lot. Wrestling happens constantly. No scheduled tournaments. No formal introductions. You could be stretching, sneezing, brushing your hair, doesn't matter. If someone grabs your arm and says, "Eagle dance," they don't mean you're going to flap around and feel majestic. They mean, it's on. Now, this isn't WWE. No ropes. No ring. Just open ground and pride. There's no weight class. No protective gear. You face whoever challenges you, and you fight until someone's flat on the ground or dramatically humiliated, whichever comes first. Usually both. The traditional wrestling uniform doesn't help your dignity either. It's a tight shoulder jacket that leaves the chest bare. The original idea, rumor has it, was to prevent women from sneaking into competitions and embarrassing everyone, which tells you a lot about Mongol gender politics and also how traumatized they must have been by one particular match. So here you are, on your feet again. Someone hands you a canteen. Another guy is gesturing, friendly, but insistent. His stance is wide. His arms are open. His smirk says, "Want to go again?" You don't. Of course you don't. But declining? That's social suicide. Saying no makes you look weak, scared, and worse, unfun. You'll be seen as a killjoy, a coward, and someone not worth relying on in battle. All because you didn't want to be thrown headfirst into a pile of wet grass by a man who weighs twice what you do and laughs like thunder. So you square up. You mimic the moves you've seen. Chest out, hands low, eyes locked. You try to remember that one time someone explained the goal. Get your opponent to the ground. Simple. Huh. You lunge. It's like trying to wrestle a tree stump made of meat and confidence. He doesn't move. Not an inch. You're now hugging him again. Except this time you're aware it's not affection. It's pity. He lifts you, gently, like a parent moving a toddler, and flips you backward. You land on your back, again, with all the grace of a dropped satchel of soup. Someone nearby is trying not to laugh too hard. A third man shouts something that might translate as, "Nice attempt," or, "You fought like a wet squirrel." You gasp. You are alive. Barely. Your ego is not. But, oddly, you're getting clapped on the back again. Someone's offering you a strip of jerky. Another guy's nodding at you like you just earned a bit of respect, not shattered a rib. Because here's the twisted beauty of Mongol wrestling. Losing well is better than not trying. It's not about winning. Well, it is, but not entirely. It's about showing up, facing down a bigger opponent, getting tossed into the dirt, and standing back up with a smile that says, "I'm fine, even when you're not." That's honor. That's courage. That's a quality they admire. You might still be bad at wrestling, but now you're the bad wrestler with guts, which, in this camp, is way better than the quiet guy who sits by the fire and never challenges anyone. And here's the thing. You won't just do this once. You'll do it often. Not because you want to, but because no one warns you when it's about to happen. Mongol wrestling can begin at breakfast, during weapon drills, during eclipse ceremonies. You could be reaching for your soup bowl and suddenly find yourself in a headlock, trying to defend your dinner and your dignity at the same time. The best defense? Be prepared at all times to get tackled. Sleep lightly. Eat fast. And if someone reaches out to give you what looks like a friendly shoulder squeeze, duck. That's not affection. That's round two. You're standing by your yurt again, this time feeling slightly more stable, slightly less bruised. It's mid-afternoon, and you've done your chores. You've sharpened your weapons, cleaned your saddle, maybe even managed to eat something that didn't scream while dying. Life, if you squint, almost resembles manageable. You lean against a stake, sipping from your water pouch, admiring the one thing in this cold, brutal, and emotionally confusing world that brings you peace. Your horse. Your horse, your partner in survival. The one creature in this nightmare camp that doesn't ask questions, throw you into wrestling matches, or threaten to feed you mare's milk that's been fermenting since Genghis Khan's childhood. Your horse, who's been with you through marches, mudslides, and morning roll calls. You love that horse. You don't say it aloud, of course. That would be weird, but you feel in your bones. So when you turn around and see your best friend riding away on it, laughing like he just stole your lunch and your will to live, you panic. You shout his name. He waves. That's it. No explanation. No apology. No, hey man, I need to borrow your horse for something reasonable like carrying firewood or escaping an ambush. He just took it and is now galloping across the steppe like a man who never owned pants and doesn't need consequences. You are now alone, on foot, horseless, confused. And here's the worst part. You're not even mad. Not really. Because deep down, under the fog of betrayal and the sting of being ditched, you remember something important. Something whispered to you by an older soldier during your first week in camp. Something that didn't make sense then, but suddenly fits with terrifying precision now. If a friend steals your horse, it means he trusts you. You thought he was being metaphorical. He wasn't. Welcome to Mongol friendship. It's not about words. It's not about gifts. It's not even about loyalty in the traditional sense. It's about mutual exploitation, shared survival, and the sacred art of inconvenience. If someone takes your horse without asking, it means they believe you won't kill them for it. That's friendship. That's intimacy. And that's why your buddy is currently riding off into the distance on your only mode of transportation with nothing but a wink and the unspoken message. We're cool, right? You chase after him. But guess what? He has the horse. So you sulk for about 5 seconds until someone else, possibly your commander, notices your lack of horse and asks, "Where's your mount?" Which is basically the Mongol version of "Where's your spine?" You start to explain. My friend took him. The commander just nods. Not with pity, with approval. Because again, this is normal. In Mongol culture, horses are communalish. They're personal, yes, but they're also practical. If your friend needs one, and yours is closer, healthier, or less full of resentment than his, well, guess who just got voluntold? It's not theft. It's trust. It's affection. It's wildly inconvenient. And it's your life now. So you start walking like a man whose best friend just said, "I love you," by galloping away on your soulmate. You trudge through dust, past campfires, past children skinning rabbits, and warriors oiling their blades. Nobody offers you help, because they all understand what's happening. They've been you, or they've been the friend, or both. Probably both. Because, in time, you'll do it too. One day, you'll spot a horse, tied lazily to a post, owner nowhere in sight, and you'll think, "I need this," just for a bit, and then you'll just take it. No note, no explanation, and you'll ride away with the quiet confidence of a man who knows he just leveled up in the game of Mongol friendship. Later, when you return the horse, maybe 3 hours later, maybe 3 days, you'll clap your friend on the back and say something like, "Your horse rides smooth," and that will be it. No hard feelings, no passive aggression, just mutual understanding that your bond is now stronger, based on theft and minor resentment, and the fact that if either of you falls in battle, the other will probably, maybe, try to avenge it. This isn't to say there are no limits. If you steal a man's favorite horse, the one he talks to like a lover and feeds by hand, you'd better be bleeding when you come back. If you borrow it to escape a battle, fine. If you borrow it to go flirt with a girl who already rejected you twice, you might get stabbed in your sleep. Mongol love is complicated, but horse hierarchy is sacred. And if you lose the horse, if it gets stolen, runs off, or, worst case, dies under your watch, congratulations. You've just started a blood feud. Suddenly, that trust is gone. Suddenly, you're not friends anymore. Suddenly, you're waking up every night wondering if that creaking sound was your former buddy approaching with a knife made from your own saddle buckle. But barring that, you survive. Eventually, your horse comes back. Or doesn't. Maybe your friend returns, smiling, handing you the reins like he just borrowed your shovel instead of your entire transportation system. Maybe he says nothing at all, just dismounts, nods, and walks away. You nod too, and just like that, it's over. No thank you, no apology, just brotherhood in its rawest, dustiest, most inconvenient form. Your legs hurt, your patience is gone, but your bond, stronger than ever. Because nothing says we're family like emotional whiplash and saddle theft. You're tired. You're dusty. You just got your horse back after your friend borrowed, if for reasons that still haven't been explained. Your ribs are sore from yesterday's spontaneous wrestling match. And now, after a long, miserable afternoon of dragging firewood through terrain that smells faintly of regret and dried manure, someone finally shouts the words you've been waiting for. Meal's ready. Your ears perk up. Your stomach grumbles in hopeful desperation. Maybe today will be different. Maybe they found some wild game. Maybe someone snuck in a stolen sack of spices. Maybe the god smiled and sent down a roasted deer from the heavens, gently seasoned and plated with dignity. You rush to the cooking area, heart full of dangerous optimism. And then you see it. The pot. Oh no, you know this pot. It's huge, blackened, looks like it survived 5 sieges and possibly a small volcanic eruption. It is the centerpiece of every mealtime horror story in the Mongol Horde. Inside it, bubbling ominously, is the same thing that was inside it yesterday, and the day before, and the day before that. Boiled meat. Again. You force your face into something resembling enthusiasm. That's the trick. You don't just eat boiled meat here. You perform boiled meat. You celebrate it. Because if you dare to look even slightly unimpressed by the 37th consecutive serving of meat water, someone might accuse you of being spoiled, weak, or worst of all, ungrateful. A small child, who may or may not be 5 years old, or just extremely short and angry, ladles out your portion. It lands in your wooden bowl with a sound that can only be described as wet disappointment. The meat itself is unidentifiable, possibly goat, possibly something that once snarled. You poke it with your fingers. It wobbles. That's never a good sign. There are no vegetables. There is no seasoning. There is only meat and water, locked in a centuries-long toxic relationship, forced to boil together until they both give up hope. You sit by the fire. Other warriors are already digging in, gnawing like animals who have accepted their culinary fate. A few make appreciative noises, exaggerated, performative slurps that echo across the camp like a warning. You'd better sound just as happy. No one's really enjoying it. They're just pretending louder than you. You take a bite. It's hot. That's the only nice thing you can say. Texture-wise, it's somewhere between soggy leather and overcooked despair. The flavor is what your tongue would taste like if it had emotions and was actively depressed. Still, you chew, and chew, and chew. You smile, not because you're happy, but because you're being watched. One of the older warriors glances at you. You nod. He nods back. You are now locked in a quiet agreement. We both hate this, but we will not speak it aloud, lest the pot hear and curse us. A younger recruit across the circle dares to wrinkle his nose. Bad move. Instantly, 3 nearby men freeze mid-slurp and glare at him. One mutters something about softness. Another starts a dramatic monologue about the time he survived a siege by eating nothing but boiled horse tendon and pride. The recruit tries to laugh. No one joins him. You keep chewing. By now, your mouth is tired. Your teeth are questioning their career choices. The meat refuses to break down like it knows if it softens, it loses. But you can't stop, not just because you're hungry, but because refusing food is disrespectful. In a culture where starvation is a seasonal hobby, food is sacred, even if it's the culinary equivalent of being slapped with a wet boot. That meat was hunted, butchered, boiled by someone who's been on horseback since dawn. You eat it, and you say thank you, even if it tastes like sorrow and boiled hoof. You glance into the pot, still full. Somehow, no matter how many people eat, the pot never empties. It is bottomless, eternal, a cauldron of carnivorous Groundhog Day. You take another bite. It's no better. But this time, you grunt with exaggerated satisfaction. Someone nearby grunts back. This is bonding. This is community. This is misery disguised as tradition. And you're a part of it now. And just when you think the suffering is over, someone announces the next course. Boiled fat. Oh joy. Chunks of it. Bobbing in the same liquid. Looking like failed soap experiments. And tasting like regret melted over a campfire. The texture is aggressively unhelpful. Chewy and slippery at the same time, like biting into someone's mood swing. Still, you smile. You nod. You raise your bowl to the gods and to your ancestors and to the cook, who is somehow always both grumpy and proud at the same time. You eat. You survive. Because here's the thing. Mongol meals aren't about flavor. They're about fuel. They're about endurance. They're about proving you can eat sadness and still ride 100 miles tomorrow with a smile on your cracked, windburned face. Do you miss bread? Of course you do. Do you dream of spices, of sweetness, of something that doesn't boil for 16 hours and still taste raw? Every night. But you don't say it. You just eat, chew, grunt, nod, and return your bowl with reverence. Because tomorrow, it's going to be boiled meat again, and you're going to smile about it. Or else. It's nighttime in the camp. The wind is howling softly over the steppe, like a ghost who just got stood up on a date. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf cries out, or maybe that's just a soldier having another dream about boiled fat. Either way, you're wrapped up in a blanket, nestled inside your yurt. A cone-shaped furnace made of felt, wood, and the smell of sweat. You're trying to sleep. You want to sleep, but you can't, because there's someone breathing near you, and it's not your horse. You crack one eye open and scan the dim, smoky shadows. 3 warriors are snoring like their lungs have unresolved trauma. One guy twitches every few minutes. He's either dreaming of battle or trying to kick ghosts. Another is suspiciously still. Too still. You know that stillness. It's the kind of stillness that says, I'm listening. And suddenly, your brain reminds you of something no one ever said directly. But you've picked up through whispers, glances, and the increasingly awkward silences that follow every mildly rebellious comment. There are spies in this camp. Not just spies in the disguised in a bush, sneaking messages to the enemy's sense. That'll be too obvious. These spies are internal, quiet, local, trained. Mongols pretending to be Mongols. Warriors pretending to be fellow warriors. People pretending to be asleep right next to you, while cataloging your complaints for a higher-up. You shift slightly, try not to look guilty. But now everything you've said for the past 2 weeks starts replaying in your head like a guilt-powered symphony. That time you joked about the commander's breath. That time you muttered that the blood soup might be better with salt. That time you called Genghis Khan a bit intense. All of it. Every sarcastic whisper. Every groan during roll call. Every eye roll you thought was private. It was not private. Because this camp isn't just a place to train and fight. It's also a place to watch. There's honor here. Yes. Lots of it. Men who would die rather than retreat. Warriors who live by a code stricter than your average religious cult. But don't confuse honor with trust. In fact, assume the opposite. Assume that every tent contains someone whose real job is to rat you out the second you start acting like you have thoughts. The system is simple. The Khan needs loyalty. Real loyalty. Not, I sing your name at dinner loyalty, but I'll murder my cousin if he insults your mustache loyalty. And the only way to enforce that is fear. Not just fear of punishment, but fear of being seen, heard, reported. So yes, you're in a tent with your so-called comrades, but make no mistake, one of them is the human equivalent of a trapdoor. The terrifying thing, you'll never know who it is. Could be the guy who helped stitch your saddle. Could be the teenager who's always smiling and asking too many questions. Could be the guy who lent you his spare boots when yours disintegrated after 3 days of marching through goat-wrecked terrain. All of them. Any of them. None of them. So you don't complain. Out loud. Not even when your back is on fire from riding. Your dinner was 90% cartilage, and the guy next to you is clearly chewing in his sleep. You stay quiet. You nod when the Khan's name is mentioned. You laugh a little too hard at your superior's jokes. And when someone else grumbles, even just a harmless, "Man, my legs are killing me," you freeze. You look down. You become invisible. Because you don't want to be associated with dissent. You don't even want to be near dissent. Because here's how it works. The spy, whoever it is, won't report you immediately. That's too obvious. No, they'll wait. Watch. Let you dig yourself into a nice, deep hole made of sarcasm, side eyes, and offhand comments about how maybe conquering one more village this week is a bit excessive. Then, one day, you'll be summoned. You'll think it's for training, but it's not. You'll be brought into a tent you've never seen before, where a senior officer will look at you like he's trying to remember whether you're the one who used the word overrated in the same sentence as Genghis. And that's when you'll realize you're not being punished for doing something. You're being punished for thinking something. You'll defend yourself, of course. You'll say you were joking. You didn't mean it. It was the fermented mare's milk talking. And maybe you'll get away with it. This time, maybe they'll just beat you up a little. Maybe you'll be reassigned. Maybe you'll be promoted to spear polishing duty in the coldest part of camp where everyone mysteriously forgets to bring firewood. Or maybe they'll just never speak to you again. You'll become a shadow. Someone people avoid. Not because they think you're a bad person, but because you were caught. And being near someone who's been caught is basically asking to get caught yourself. So yeah, you lie there in your tent, pretending to sleep. Pretending you don't notice that one of your tent mates is still awake. Still too still. Breathing just a little too evenly. You roll over, eyes shut tight. You dream of somewhere quiet, peaceful, where people don't boil. Everything in friendship doesn't mean, guess who just tackled you. But that place doesn't exist here. Because this is the Mongol Horde. And out here, paranoia is just good survival instinct. You wake up to the sound of shouting. Not the usual shouting. Not someone yelling about missing goats, or arguing over whether boiled tendon counts as soup. This shouting has rhythm, coordination. There's a chant, almost. Something urgent, but disturbingly excited. You sit up in your yurt, half-dressed, half-frozen, and fully confused. Someone rips open the flap. They're dragging him out. They say, not even waiting for a reply. You don't ask who, because you already know someone in camp has made a mistake. And now it's your turn to watch. You pull on your boots, stumble outside. The sun's barely up, but a crowd is forming. Soldiers from every rank, all gathering like they're attending a festival. Except there's no food, no music, and the main attraction is currently being yanked into the middle of the gathering space by two very large, very serious warriors. You recognize the guy. He's not your best friend. You shared a fire a few times. Traded jerky. He once helped you reattach your saddle during a thunderstorm, so that was nice. But he also said something last week about being too tired to patrol. He said it under his breath. At night. You didn't think anyone heard. Someone did. And now he's tied to a post. This isn't a private affair. There's no tent of shame or courtroom trial. Mongol punishment is a group activity. The entire camp is here, eating quietly, watching intently, children on shoulders, warriors on horses, even elders with brittle bones and blank stares. Everyone's out to learn something. Because that's the point. This isn't just discipline. This is education. The man is shaking, but he's not begging. Begging won't help. In fact, it makes things worse. Mongol justice isn't big on pity. It's big on messages. And the message here is, this is what happens when you slack off. The commander steps forward. He doesn't shout. He doesn't need to. Everyone is already silent. The only sound is the wind and the gentle hiss of meat boiling somewhere in the distance. Because even bloodletting needs lunch. The commander announces the crime. It's simple dereliction of duty. Falling asleep while guarding horses. It doesn't matter that it was after 3 nights without rest, or that the horses didn't escape, or that he only sat down for a minute. The only thing that matters is he failed, and the Horde has no room for failure. Punishment? He's getting flogged. Not gently, not symbolically. This is the kind of flogging that changes your understanding of pain. The kind where you feel each crack in your own spine, even though you're not the one tied to the post. The kind where you lose track of time because the gasps and screams and awkward silence between hits start to rearrange your concept of hours and seconds. One of the men holding the whip looks bored. The other looks energized. You're not sure which is worse. The first lash lands. The man jerks. The crowd doesn't flinch. Because they've seen this before. They know what comes next. You stare at your boots. Then at the sky. Then back at the man's back, which is quickly becoming less back and more open wound. You want to look away, but you don't, because everyone is watching. And not watching is also punishable. You're here to witness. That's part of your duty, to internalize the fear. Eventually, the lashing stops. The man doesn't fall, which, ironically, is seen as a victory. He's untied, dragged away. Someone will bandage him. Maybe. He'll survive. Possibly. He'll ride again. Eventually. But more importantly, you'll remember. You'll remember the way the whip sliced air. The way no one cried out on his behalf. The way the children stared with wide eyes and the elders nodded approvingly. Because this is Mongol justice. Not designed to fix the broken, but to terrify the unbroken into staying that way. This isn't even the worst-case scenario. There are worse punishments. Theft. You lose a hand. Desertion. You lose your head. Cowardice in battle. Your entire squad might suffer. Because Mongols believe in collective punishment. If one man breaks formation, the 10 men around him could be executed too. Why? Because maybe they should have stopped him. Loyalty isn't just about your own actions. It's about everyone else's too. That's why you sleep lightly. That's why you keep your mouth shut. That's why you'd rather stab yourself with a tent peg than accidentally oversleep. Because every breath you take here is under surveillance. Every choice you make is one judgment away from becoming the next camp-wide event. And sometimes, it's not even about guilt. It's about example. The Horde runs on fear. Yes, there's loyalty. Yes, there's pride. Yes, there are those noble speeches about unity and the will of the sky, God, and honor in battle. But underneath all that, there's something colder, more efficient, the knowledge that everyone is expendable. That fear motivates faster than speeches. That a single bloody morning spectacle keeps 1,000 warriors sharp for months. And the worst part, it works. You're more alert now. You'll check your saddle 3 times tomorrow. You'll eat faster. Sleep less. You'll nod harder when your commander makes a joke. Because you've just been reminded, in full view of the step, that even one mistake can turn you into the day's entertainment. So you go back to your yurt. You lie down. You try to sleep. But you don't. You're too busy remembering the sound of that whip. And making damn sure you never hear it again. For you. It's nighttime again. The wind has gone quiet. The stars are out, scattered like diamonds someone got bored with, and threw across the sky. The camp is calm. Horses are tied. Armor is stacked. And the air smells like boiled bones and sweat-soaked felt. You're tired. Everyone's tired. It's been a long week of surviving, patrolling, not saying anything suspicious near your tent mates, and watching 2 separate floggings before breakfast. Spirits are low. But just as you're about to lie down, wrap yourself in your crusty wool blanket and pray to the sky god for a dream that doesn't involve blood soup or hoof splinters. Something unexpected happens. A voice starts singing. Not the kind of high-pitched, tortured wailing you normally hear when someone loses a bet or steps in fermented goat milk barefoot. No, this is music, and not just one voice. 2, then 5, then a dozen. You sit up, peek through the flap. A group of warriors is sitting around the central campfire. There's a bottle being passed. The flicker of flames dances across grizzled faces and poorly healed scars. Someone's plucking at a horsehead fiddle. 2 strings. Endless sadness. Another taps rhythm on an upturned shield. And then the lyrics come through more clearly. It's not a love song. Not a lullaby. Not some uplifting chant about glory or peace. It's a ballad about a massacre. The tone is oddly upbeat. The melody? Catchy. The vibe? Uncomfortably festive. They're singing, fondly, about the time they stormed a walled city, cut down every soldier, burned the towers, and piled the nobles' heads into a pyramid just for fun. There's even a verse about the local governor begging for mercy in 3 languages before someone speared him mid-sentence. And the chorus? The chorus slaps. It's got rhythm. Unity. You find yourself tapping your knee before your brain can scream. This is a war crime in 4/4 time. You shuffle closer. Not because you want to sing about organized slaughter, but because you don't want to be the guy who doesn't show up. That's how rumors start. That's how people start calling you soft. Or worse, unfun. You take a seat at the edge. Nod respectfully. Accept the bottle. Whatever's in it tastes like regret, pepper, and ancient vengeance. And then you listen. Verse 2 is about a siege in winter. Verse 3 is about what they did to the merchants afterward. Verse 4 involves livestock, in ways you didn't think were musically appropriate. And still, everyone sings along. Because out here, this is culture. These aren't just songs. They're oral history, passed down from warrior to warrior, generation to generation. Before written chronicles. Before ink and parchment. This was how the Horde remembered. Through melody and memory. Through laughter and screaming and rhymes about slaughtering monks. To you, it sounds horrific. To them, it's Tuesday night entertainment. There's even a guy doing harmonies. You glance around. No one looks disturbed. In fact, there's joy. A kind of glowing, nostalgic camaraderie. These aren't random tales. These are their stories. Their victories. Their triumphs. Yes, they involve fire and screaming and very creative uses of rope, but they also represent survival. Strength. The time they came home with sacks of gold and horses too tired to walk. So yes, they sing. And yes, they smile. And if you so much as wince or flinch at the lyric about stripping the skin from a liar's tongue, someone will notice. You will be noticed. So you do what's expected. You sing along. Badly. Quietly. But just enough to say, hey, I too enjoy emotionally destabilizing musical retellings of war crimes. One of the older men leans over. Grins. He tells you this one's an old favorite. We used to sing this one outside Kiev. He says, like he's talking about his first kiss. Killed everyone except the musicians. He adds, we like their instruments. You nod. Because what else are you going to do? Object. Not unless you want your next song to be about your own mysterious disappearance. So you keep singing. You learn that there are ballads for everything. Victory? Dozens. Defeat? Fewer but sadder. Betrayal? Those are the dramatic ones. Full of minor chords and slow verses that turn into explosive revenge choruses. There's even a lullaby version of a poem about burning monasteries. One of the officers sings it to his horse before bed. You don't ask questions anymore. And then, just as your soul starts to quietly curl into itself, the music shifts. The pace slows. The fiddle moans like the steppe itself is grieving. Now comes the mournful stuff. The songs they sing for brothers who didn't make it back. For comrades lost to arrows, swords, ambushes, and, occasionally, fermented milk poisoning. These ones hit different. The warriors go quiet. Some close their eyes. Even the stars seem to lean in. And for a moment, just a moment, you see the vulnerability behind all that hardened rage. The love, the grief, the ghosts. Because Mongols don't just celebrate violence. They carry it. They sing to remember the joy and the horror. To mourn and brag at the same time. To keep each other alive, even when half of them are already dead. So you sit by the fire. You hum along. And for the first time, you understand. These aren't songs about murder. They're songs about survival. Set to the tune of 1,000 galloping horses and the crackle of burning cities. It's been a long day. You've ridden for hours across the steppe, the wind slapping your face like an angry ancestor with boundary issues. You've eaten your blood soup. You've smiled about it because you value your life. And now, finally, you're inside your yurt, wrapped in the same horse-skin blanket that smells like goat, man sweat, and unspeakable trauma. It's dark. It's quiet. You're tired. And that's when it starts. SSH gay. SSH gay. SSH gay. That sound. The hiss of a whetstone against metal. Again. SSH gay. SSH gay. SSH gay. It's not a nightmare. It's not a dream. It's not some symbolic representation of your inner fear. It's Batar, the guy who sleeps 2 mats over, sharpening his damn sword. Again. You open one eye. It's pitch black except for the faint flicker of a dying campfire and the occasional angry spark from his steel. You squint at his silhouette, hunched over, deliberate, mechanical, running that blade across the stone like it personally insulted his mother. SSH gay. SSH gay. SSH gay. You try to ignore it. You try to count sheep. Then you remember that the last sheep you saw got turned into stew, boots, and part of someone's hat. You try to focus on your breathing, but your breathing is competing with the steady whisper of weaponry maintenance, a lullaby from hell. You sit up, quietly, because Mongol yurts don't have privacy, but they do have a social rule. Never interrupt someone polishing a blade. That's how you end up as the reason someone else writes a new verse in the campfire massacre ballads. You whisper, "Can you do that tomorrow?" Batar doesn't answer. He just keeps going. SSH gay. SSH gay. SSH gay. Another man stirs in his sleep, mumbles something about the spirits of vengeance, and rolls over. No one complains. No one dares. Because polishing a blade in the Mongol Horde is not just allowed. It's encouraged. It shows readiness. It shows discipline. It says, I might stab someone in 10 minutes and I want it to go cleanly. And out here, that's basically a love language. You lie back down. Close your eyes. SSH gay. SSH gay. SSH gay. You remember what your squad leader said during your first week. If you sleep too well, it means you aren't ready to die. Comfort, that's for farmers. Soft sleep is for the soft-hearted. The kind of people who don't sharpen anything sharper than a turnip. But you're a warrior now. Or at least, you're trying to be. Which means your lullaby is the sound of your fellow soldiers preparing for death with casual obsession. You pull your blanket tighter. Think of peaceful things. Rain, birdsong, places where people don't sleep next to whetstone enthusiasts. And then you hear it. A second blade. SCHHH gay. Clink. SCHHH gay. Now it's not just Batar. Now it's Arai as well. The big guy who's built like a yak and eats like one too. He's got an axe, which he's currently oiling and stroking like it's a pet he's planning to unleash at sunrise. You glance at the entrance flap of the yurt. Maybe you could go sleep outside. Except it's freezing, and windy, and filled with wolves. Wolves, by the way, who probably also carry blades. So you stay put. The whetstone choir continues. You wonder, are they preparing for battle? Is there a raid? Did someone insult someone else's horse again? Nope. They're just like this. Every single night, you realize that in the Mongol Horde, blade polishing is therapeutic. Some people hum. Some journal. Some do deep breathing exercises. These guys file the edge of a murder tool until their feelings feel less murder. Why? It's not personal. It's just bedtime. And it's not just swords, daggers, spears, arrowheads. Even the guy with the flail has a ritual. You're not sure what it involves. Oil, leather straps, something ominous. Once you heard him whisper to it, you stopped asking questions after that. And here's the kicker. You're expected to do the same. Eventually, you'll be one of them. You'll develop your own rhythm, a sharpening cadence that says, I may be exhausted, but I am also terrifying. You'll learn to cradle your blade like it's a newborn with boundary issues. You'll memorize the pressure, the angle, the exact sound that means ready to gut, not too rusty. Because in the Mongol Horde, weapons don't sleep. They hum, they hiss. They remind you that peace is a myth and survival is a habit. Even if, right now, all you want is 6 straight hours without the sound of imminent dismemberment. So you turn your back to the noise. You shove some extra felt in your ears. You try to remember what life was like before you joined this nightmare circus of metal-on-metal lullabies. But it's no use. SSH gay. SSH gay. SSH gay. You whisper, please let me die. Batar whispers back. Sharpening helps with that. You sigh and try, somehow, to sleep. By now, you've figured out a few things about life in the Mongol Horde. 1. Your yurt is not soundproof. 2. Horse meat does not taste better the 5th night in a row. And 3. No one here cares about your opinions, your past, your hopes, or the fact that you once led your village in a respectable sack race. None of that matters. Because here, in the Horde, you're nothing. Not metaphorically, not emotionally, literally nothing. A speck of dirt beneath a war god's boot, a warm body with a pulse, and hopefully enough sense not to die before breakfast. And it's not even personal. It's just structure. It's how things work. You start at the bottom. Always. Doesn't matter where you came from. Noble family, shaman's apprentice, local goat racing champion. Once you join the Horde, you're just another mud-smeared footnote in the grand saga of Conquest. A disposable unit. An extra. The guy who walks behind the horses and gets blamed when one of them steps in something it shouldn't. Your job? Obey. Your opinion? Irrelevant. Your rank? Somewhere between, he might be useful later, and let's use him to test the new saddle spikes. The hierarchy is carved into the marrow of the camp. You can feel it in the way the veterans look through you. Not at you. Through you. Like you're a particularly uninteresting piece of fog. These are the hardened men, the ones with calloused hands, dead eyes, and enough scars to make your spine itch just looking at them. They sleep with one eye open and 3 weapons under their blankets. You sleep with the creeping awareness that someone might replace you tomorrow, and no one would notice. Above them are the officers, the Noyan, the chosen leaders, the men who fought their way through enough chaos to earn horses with names and the luxury of occasionally sitting down. They don't shout often, but when they do, it feels like the air itself is reconsidering its life choices. They give orders with that special tone that says, if you mess this up, I will personally reassign your organs. And at the top, the elite, the royal guards, the personal circle of the Khan. They don't walk, they glide. They don't talk, they issue destiny. Their armor actually matches. Their horses are trained to kill with a glare. These are the legends who've survived 10 battles, 20 ambushes, 3 assassination attempts, and 1 particularly spicy dinner gone wrong. Compared to them, you're a smear on the inside of a helmet. And the only way to climb the ladder is through violence. Controlled, loyal, wildly effective violence. You don't get promoted for trying hard. You don't move up by giving motivational speeches or writing stirring poetry about the wind. You rise by proving, over and over again, that you can survive anything the Horde, or the world, throws at you. You'll have to fight, not just enemies, each other. Wrestling matches aren't just fun. They're ranking tools. If someone pins you, you drop. If you pin them, you rise slightly. If you get pinned, cry, and call for your mother. You disappear in a tent duty and no one says your name again. And every time you manage to stand up after getting smashed into the dust, someone takes note. Not verbally, of course. No one will clap or congratulate you. The best you can hope for is a grunt and slightly fewer threats that day. But eventually, if you bleed the right amount and don't die the wrong way, someone might say, not completely useless. And that, my friend, is high praise. Until then, you're dirt. You carry things, heavy things, things no one else wants to touch. You clean weapons you'll never be trusted to use. You hold the reins while your betters relieve themselves behind a bush. You polish armor that's worth more than your life. And you do it all with a blank face. Because ambition here is dangerous. It's fine to want more, as long as you never act like it before you've earned the right. Smile too much when an officer nods at you? That's arrogance. Speak before you're spoken to? That's stupidity. Walk too proudly after killing a bandit? That's a great way to get accidentally trampled during training. You will be reminded, often painfully, that you are the bottom. But that's the system. It works. Because eventually, dirt becomes steel. After enough dust, blood, bruises, and humiliation, you'll either rise or rot. And the Horde prefers the former, because they don't want cowards. They want survivors, killers, warriors who've earned their place one shattered rib at a time. You're not meant to stay dirt forever, but you're not getting promoted because you tried hard. You'll get promoted when you become deadly, when you shoot arrows from horseback without blinking, when you stab a man through the neck, and then ride 6 more miles without mentioning it. When you can go 3 days without sleep, 2 days without food, and still split a man in half before lunch. That's when they'll see you. That's when someone will grunt, he's useful. That's when you move up a little. But until then, welcome to the bottom. You'll be spending a lot of time here. So you finally did it. After weeks, maybe months, of hauling spears, scrubbing blood off other people's saddles, and eating food that might have been part of a horse last week and part of your boot the week before, you finally got noticed. Not in the, we're going to publicly flog you way, which is usually how new recruits get attention, but in the good way, the terrifying way, the life-changing, life-shortening way. You got promoted. The Noyan looked you up and down one morning, grunted something between an insult and a compliment, then said, "You lead 10 men now. Don't screw it up." And just like that, you weren't dirt anymore. You were fertilizer. Valuable. Still gross. But now officially responsible for helping something grow. Specifically, fear, discipline, and the kind of cohesion that lets 10 hungry, unwashed maniacs ride into battle without accidentally stabbing each other. At first, you feel proud. You walk a little taller. You adjust your armor straps with an air of experience. You start practicing your stern, thoughtful leader face in puddles. Other warriors start calling you by your name. Not, "Hey you," or "Donkey breath," or "Move before I gut you." Your actual name. You even get a better spot around the fire. Closer to the meat. Slightly warmer. Fewer hoof prints. But then, things change. Subtly. Poisonously. Because here's the thing about being promoted in the Mongol Horde. It doesn't mean people respect you. It means people resent you. Quietly. Violently. Collectively. The guys you used to drink with, laugh with, suffer with, they're still in your unit. Only now, you're the one giving orders. You're the one telling them who takes night watch, who rides up front, who gets sent to go see what that noise was when it's dark and suspiciously wolf-shaped. And they hate you for it. They don't say it out loud, of course. That would be stupid. Mongols don't gossip. They plot. They fester. They let their eyes say what their mouths know better than to utter. We hope you fall off your horse and land mouth first on a hornet's nest. You used to share your rations. Now, you watch them eat first. If there's any left, great. If not, you were clearly being a good leader by putting your men first. Never mind that your stomach is eating itself, and your dreams now feature hallucinated feasts hosted by weeping goats. You used to sleep beside them. Now, you sleep slightly apart, not out of arrogance, out of fear, because the minute you give a bad order, the minute you hesitate in battle, the minute they smell weakness, they'll whisper about you. Or worse, they'll stop whispering and start wondering what it would take to replace you. You've seen it before. The accidental spear in the back during a chaotic retreat. The man who fell off his horse and broke his neck when no one saw. The way someone's saddle mysteriously came loose just as they crossed a rocky river. Leadership in the Horde isn't about trust. It's about survival, with a target on your back. You thought promotions meant better food, warmer blankets, maybe even a second pair of pants. What you got was 10 angry men who now expect miracles, and another 20 officers above you who'd love nothing more than to see you fail spectacularly, so they can remind the camp why they never liked you in the first place. And don't think you can hide behind rules. There are no rules. There are expectations. Unspoken, brutal, non-negotiable. Led well, and you'll be tolerated. Led poorly, and you'll be an example. The kind the campfire songs mention once, right before everyone laughs and toasts your glorious failure. Your first week as a 10-man leader? Disaster. Half your unit got lost on patrol because one guy was drunk and the others were too bored to care. You told them to split into 2 groups to flank an enemy scout. Instead, they flanked each other and argued over who got to loot the guy's boots. You tried yelling. That didn't work. You tried appealing to loyalty. They laughed. You tried punching someone. That got their attention. And also a dagger inches from your throat, followed by an accidental knee to your ribs the next time you mounted your horse. So now you're learning. Fast. You speak less. You stare more. You learn to give orders that sound like suggestions, but carry the quiet weight of, do this, or I will personally end you and make it look like a training accident. You learn who listens, who plots, who's one bad day away from trying to test you with a blade instead of glare. You learn to sleep with your knife under your ribs, not beside them. You learn to drink slowly, never too much, never too relaxed. You learn to pretend you enjoy the pressure, because the minute you look overwhelmed, your enemies and your own men will smell it on you like blood on fresh snow. Promotion? It's not a prize. It's a warning label. It says, this one survived long enough to be worth breaking. And only gets worse from here. Because if you somehow succeed, if you somehow lead these lunatics into a battle, and they come out alive, and they respect you, genuinely respect you, guess what? You get promoted again, and then even more people hate you. Because the Mongol Horde is a ladder built out of bones, and every step up is slick with the envy of everyone still climbing. But don't worry. You'll either rise, or you'll rot. Both are expected. Both are remembered. For a little while. Anyway. Until your name gets replaced with a new one. A better one. One with more kills. More scars. More songs about the time he conquered 3 cities and didn't blink when his horse caught fire. And your name? That'll be mumbled once, forgotten twice, and scratched into a sword handle no one remembers to polish. Enjoy your promotion. There are no orphans in the Mongol Horde. No one gets to be alone, even if you want to be. Even if you dream about galloping off into the hills, far from the noise, the stink, the blood, and the snoring ox of a man who sleeps 2 feet from your head every night and smells like a fermented tent. The truth is, once you're inside the Horde, you're inside a family. Congratulations. You're part of a tribe now. A lineage. A unit. A brotherhood bound not by blood or affection, but by the sheer fact that you all managed to survive the same 3-day ride without freezing, starving, or being trampled by your own horses. It's less found family and more trapped family. A community you didn't ask for and can't escape. From the moment you join, they give you a tent, a horse, and a role. You're assigned to a group of men who'll share everything with you. Food, weapons, scabies, trauma. These are the men who will ride into battle beside you, who will help pull arrows out of your arm, who will laugh with you under the stars while chewing meat so tough it could double as armor. They'll call you brother, and if you drop your guard, they'll be the ones who kill you. It's not personal. It's not even unexpected. It's just part of the job description. Because the Mongol concept of family isn't about safety or unconditional love. It's about survival. Conditional, ruthless, constantly renegotiated survival. You trust your unit because you have to, but never fully. You depend on your squad mates because the alternative is dying alone. But you never assume they'll risk themselves for you unless there's a direct benefit, or unless they need you alive long enough to help carry something heavy. And the longer you ride with them, the more complicated it gets. There's bonding, yes. You'll have inside jokes. You'll argue about who snores loudest or who smells worse after a raid. You'll drink together, sing together, sometimes weep silently at the same full moon when a battle didn't go your way and half your family didn't return. But beneath that, tension. Always tension. Because Mongol loyalty is not sentimental. It's practical, fluid, temporary. Today, you're family. Tomorrow, you're a liability. And that can change fast. Say you get injured. Not gravely, just a broken leg. You're slow. You can't ride fast. You're a burden. Suddenly, your brothers stop looking at you with warmth. They start looking at you with math. How many days will it take for him to heal? How much food will we waste feeding him? How many battles might we lose because he can't lift his weapon? No one says it out loud. They just sharpen their blades a little more aggressively. You see fewer smiles. Your jokes land a little flatter. And one day, someone suggests it might be better if you rested behind during the next mission. That's code for, we're going to ride off, and if you're still alive when we come back, great. But we're not going to sweat about it. And if you protest, if you beg to be brought along anyway, you might get your wish. But you also might catch a stray arrow in the back. And no one will ask too many questions. Because the bond here isn't sacred, it's strategic. No one wants to die for dead weight. Not when the Khan expects victories and the enemy is watching every step ridge with hungry eyes. Of course, this dynamic breeds a special kind of closeness. The kind forged under pressure. Like diamonds. Or pie bombs. You'll fight hard for your brothers. Because in the chaos of a raid, they're the only people you know won't slit your throat. At least, not today. You'll protect them with your body. You'll mourn them when they fall. You might even carve their name into your gear, or shout their name during battle. But you'll also be realistic. You won't cry forever. You'll move on. Because in the Horde, grief has a time limit, and weakness has a price. And no one likes a guy who mourns too long. It makes people nervous. Sentimentality is the gateway drug to hesitation, and hesitation gets people killed. So you compartmentalize. You treat affection like a hidden knife. Keep it close. Keep it sharp. But never let anyone know how deep it cuts. You joke about your brothers. You mock them. You fight them. And sometimes, you fight them for real. With fists, with blades, with stakes that go beyond pride. Because every promotion, every privilege, every horse that gets the softer saddle, all of it comes from climbing over someone else. And the higher you climb, the more dangerous the people beneath you become. Because they know you. They know your patterns, your habits, your soft spots. And if you start to shine too brightly, if the annoyance starts to like you a little too much, that's when your family remembers that you're replaceable. That brotherhood is just a word, and ambition speaks louder than blood. But here's the thing. Despite all this, despite the backstabbing, the power struggles, the constant threat of friendly fire, you still find moments of real connection. When you're riding through the snow at dawn and your comrade tosses you the last bite of dried meat without a word. When you're too exhausted to lift your arm and someone picks up your shield for you. When you're wounded and someone risks their neck to drag you out of the line of fire. In those moments, you feel it. Not safety, not comfort, but solidarity. A shared understanding that you're all in this madness together. That the Horde doesn't care about you individually, but within this chaotic, cruel, thunderous machine, you found something that resembles family, in its own broken, terrifying way. And yes, they might kill you tomorrow, but tonight, they've got your back. For now, sleep well. You thought the battles would be the worst part. The violence, the blood, the screaming horses. You thought that's what would crush your soul and make you beg the gods, or at least your commanding officer, for death or discharge. But no, the battle is the interesting part, the exciting part, the part with action, purpose, adrenaline. What really gets you is the in-between, the eat, march, fight, repeat, over and over and over again. There is no glory in repetition, no romance in waking up to the same cold, hard earth, the same questionable meat, and the same damp socks. You dreamed of epic raids and heroic charges. What you got was calluses, saddle sores, and the kind of bone-deep fatigue that makes you hallucinate conversations with your horse. The Mongol Horde doesn't slow down. Not for weather. Not for terrain. Not for you. It's not a sprint. It's a grind. A never-ending migration from one conquest to the next, eating up land and spitting out smoke. You ride. You march. You camp. You fight. You bury the dead. You collect the loot. You pack up and do it again. And again. And again. The rhythm isn't just physical. It's mental. Psychological. It gets in your brain like a drumbeat you can't shut off, even when you sleep. If you're lucky enough to get a few hours without someone shouting, stabbing, or retching nearby, your dreams feel like marching, one foot in front of the other, the horizon always out of reach. Let's talk about eating, since that's technically a luxury. If it's a good day, you get boiled meat. If it's a bad day, you get dried meat. If it's a terrible day, you get whatever's left after the horses have eaten. And if it's the worst day of all, someone hands you a strip of something chewy and won't say what animal it came from. You eat it anyway. Not because you want to, because if you don't eat now, you don't move later. Food isn't nourishment here, it's fuel. And like everything in the Horde, it's consumed quickly, without ceremony, and occasionally while squatting in mud during a hailstorm. Then you ride. For hours, for days, through wind, snow, sun, and the kind of dust that scrapes your lungs raw. Your thighs ache, your knees are stiff, and your back feels like someone's been using it as a chopping board. Your horse is tired, but you're worse. Because the horse isn't emotionally broken. You don't talk much. No one does. The silence becomes a second skin. You just ride, and march, and eat, and sometimes, just to shake things up, you fight. When that moment comes, when the call rings out and the bows are drawn and the screaming starts, part of you almost feels relieved. Because at least it's something different. At least it breaks the cycle. Of course, then you're dodging arrows, spilling intestines, and try not to slip on the blood-soaked ground. So the novelty wears off fast. But even war starts to feel like just another rotation in the cycle. Like another item on your grim to-do list. Eat, march, fight, clean your blade, wrap your wounds. Listen to a man you barely know weep in his hands because he saw his brother's face explode under a mace. Then get back on your horse and do it again. You don't have a day off. You don't have a weekend. The concept of rest is theoretical, something spoken of in songs, perhaps, or enjoyed by nobility with too many rugs. Your body adapts. Your mind, less so. You stop thinking in weeks or months. Time is measured in battle survived, horses buried, campfires lit. You forget what month it is. You forget your own age. Someone asks how long you've been with the Horde, and you just stare at them like they asked you to count stars. The only measure of progress is how many cities have burned. You begin to envy the ones who fall asleep and don't wake up. Not because you want to die, not exactly, but because at least they're done marching. Their feet won't hurt anymore. Their eyes won't blur from staring at endless plains. They won't have to ride until their bones rattle or swing a blade with an arm that went numb days ago. But you march. Because if you stop, they leave you behind. And if they leave you behind, you're as good as dead. So you keep moving. Until the food makes you gag. Until the dust makes you cough blood. Until the fighting makes you numb. Until even your dreams feel like hooves pounding across your skull. You don't complain. Complaining gets you mocked. Or punished. Or replaced. You just clench your jaw, wipe your nose on your sleeve, and pretend you didn't hear your own bones creaking like rotting wood. You eat. You march. You fight. Repeat. Until you can't remember what it felt like to sit still without guilt. Until the thought of not moving feels like the most terrifying thing of all. Because if you stop long enough to think, you might realize how far from home you've come. How much of yourself you've left behind. How close you are to becoming just another part of the cycle. A nameless, broken ghost swallowed by the Horde. And there's no song about that. No glory. No ballad. Just more writing. And the quiet, endless ache of a man who forgot what peace feels like. So here's a fun question. How does an army of 100,000 mounted warriors cross half the known world without GPS, without road signs, and without any of the people involved being remotely sober before noon? Simple. They don't need a map. They have Batar. You've never seen a map. No one hands them out. No one even asks for one. You never once saw a commander unroll a scroll and say, "Ah yes, we'll take this route through the lowlands, then cross this river here marked in blue ink." No, the plan is always follow the guy with the most horses, the most confidence, and ideally the least visible eye twitch. And in this case, that guy is Batar. You're told Batar is a scout. What they mean is, Batar is a wiry man with a 1,000-yard stare, a face like weathered leather, and a pony that seems slightly more intelligent than its rider. He smells like fermented goat and trauma, and he navigates by what he calls gut instinct, which you eventually learn is Mongol for vague memories and mild hallucinations. You ask Batar where the river is. He squints at the sun, licks his finger, waves it dramatically in the air, and then points in a direction that isn't quite east, but also isn't quite not east. You ask, "Are you sure?" He grunts. That's it, a grunt. And then you ride. For hours. Through dust storms, over hills, past the same dead tree 3 times. You begin to suspect Batar is lost, but then again, maybe you're the one who's wrong. You've never been here before. Maybe all dead trees look the same. Maybe he's leading you in circles on purpose, like some kind of spiritual test. Or maybe he's just guessing. You want to ask again, "Are we sure this is the right way?" But Batar is now singing, loudly, off-key, in a language even the horses look offended by. You don't interrupt, because here's the truth of Mongol navigation. It's not about direction. It's about confidence. Batar could lead you into a bog full of angry snakes, and as long as he did it with enough conviction, someone would name a maneuver after him. It's not that they don't know where they're going. It's that the definition of where we're going is terrifyingly flexible. When a commander says, "We ride to the southern edge of the Altai Range," what he means is, we'll keep riding in a direction that feels generally correct, occasionally ask someone whose cousin once lived near a mountain, and eventually, if we see a big rock, we'll call that progress. Sometimes, Batar asks for directions. You think, "Oh, thank the gods, we're getting help." Then you realize he's asking a man named Monk who hasn't spoken in a week, communicates entirely in nods, and once tried to eat a compass. But somehow it works. Not always the way you hoped. Not always quickly. But somehow, the Mongols get where they need to go. They find passes through mountains you didn't know existed. They cross rivers that don't appear on any map, probably because the river moved out of pure spite. They show up at cities no one's visited in generations, and burn them to the ground with unnerving punctuality. It's not because they're lucky. It's because this whole insane machine is built on experience, intuition, and the occasional dumb luck that gets elevated into legend. And they remember everything. Not on paper, on horseback. In the heads of men who've ridden every inch of the known world, and could probably still point out the tree where their cousin got mauled by a bear 12 years ago. The map of the Horde is oral, lived, bleeding and hoof-trodden, and stored in the dusty folds of memory passed between warriors around a fire. It's not accurate, it's not precise, but it's effective. Badar has been leading expeditions for over 20 years. He can't read, he can't draw, but he once rode from Lake Baikal to the edge of Persia using nothing but the stars, a deep hatred of Persians, and a vague memory of where the grass stopped tasting like disappointment. And when he forgets, he improvises. Once, you got lost for 4 days in a canyon that wasn't supposed to exist. A lesser man would have panicked. Batar declared a strategic detour, built a small shrine to a goat skull, and said it was a shortcut blessed by the spirits. You got ambushed that night. Batar blamed the spirits. You blamed Batar. No one cared, because Batar doesn't answer to logic. He answers to results. And if the result is, we arrived eventually and didn't all die, then that's considered a navigational success. You ask him once if he's ever been wrong. He spits, says, never, and then rides directly into a cactus. He never acknowledges it. Neither do you, because mocking the scout is a bad idea. He might get offended. He might take a different route next time, one that goes straight through enemy territory because that's where the winds told me to go. So you stop asking. You follow. You ride. You repeat the ancient Mongol mantra of desperate navigation. If we're not there yet, then we're not lost. Just delayed. And when you finally arrive, 3 days late, 2 men short, and smelling like despair, someone claps Badar on the back and says, "Excellent work." He grunts and drinks and points toward the next destination. No map, no hesitation, just a drunk guy on a pony who remembers things you never knew existed. And somehow, horrifyingly, you begin to trust him, because in the Mongol Horde, blind confidence is often more effective than actual directions. And that, you realize, might be the scariest part of all. You always imagine armor as something magnificent, forged in fire, gleaming, impossibly heavy, maybe with a dramatic cape attached, something that clanks when you walk and makes everyone whisper, that guy's going to survive. But no, you're in the Mongol Horde now, and your armor is, well, let's call it aspirational. It's made of leather, and when I say leather, I don't mean fine Italian saddle-grade hide. I mean boiled, cracked, repurposed animal skin, the kind of leather that's been sweated in, bled on, scraped against rocks, and occasionally used as a pillow during rainstorms. It smells like despair. It creaks like old bones. It's held together by sinew, spit, and blind optimism. It might protect you from a cold breeze. It might stop a knife, if the knife is thrown by a toddler. But mostly, it gives you a false sense of security, which is great, because that's about all it can offer. There's no standard issue, no mass production, no tailor fitting you for battle. You are what you can find, what you can scavenge, or what some other guy accidentally left behind during a surprise retreat. Your shoulder guard doesn't match your chest plate. Your helmet has a dent that perfectly matches the shape of someone's previous mistake. Your boots are made from at least 3 different animals, none of which were ever meant to be footwear. And underneath it all, just you. You, sweating like a terrified mule. You, wondering if that crack in your breastplate is structural or just decorative. You, praying that the arrow flying at your ribs has had a really bad day and maybe just gives up halfway there. Because here's the truth. Mongol armor isn't built to inspire awe. It's built to move. You're a rider, not a wall. You need to bend, twist, swing a sword while your horse does parkour across a ravine. You can't do that in a suit of tin, so you settle for layers. Layer 1, a thick wool tunic. It itches. It's hot. It hasn't been washed since your cousin's wedding, and he's been dead for months. Layer 2, hide armor. Stiff, soaked in animal fat, sometimes reinforced with bone or metal scales if you're lucky, or if you looted someone with better fashion sense. Layer 3. Maybe, if the gods are feeling generous, a lamellar vest. Thin plates laced together, meant to absorb blows. Looks cool. Feels like you're being hugged by an angry bookshelf. Your helmet is usually iron. Heavy. Uncomfortable. Slides down into your eyes during charge. Offers great protection against the top of your own bow smacking your face. There's no magic here. No dwarves in caves forging armor destined for heroes. Just sweat, friction, and frantic patching before the next ambush. If your armor tears, you fix it. If it breaks, you improvise. There's no armor standing by. Just you a needle, some gut string, and a chunk of boiled yak skin. Sometimes you stuff your vest with horsehair. It won't stop a spear, but it might muffle the sound of your heart breaking when you realize how thin this stuff really is. And yet, somehow, it works. Because you're fast. That's a trade-off. You're not a walking tank. You're a galloping blur. Mongol warfare isn't about standing still and absorbing punishment. It's about moving fast, hitting hard, and not being where the enemy expects you. Armor isn't there to make you invincible. It's there to give you just enough protection to survive the first mistake, so you have time to make another. You don't need to stop the sword. You need to dodge it. You don't need to absorb the arrow. You need to make sure it misses. And if it doesn't, well, that's where the prayer comes in. Every time you ride into battle, you whisper to the gods. Not formally, not like the priests, just quietly, desperately. The way a man whispers when his pants are on fire, and he's pretending everything's fine. You pray that your armor holds, that your horse doesn't stumble, that the guy aiming at you has something in his eye. You pray to the eternal blue sky, the ancestors, the winds, the stars, the gods of iron, leather, luck, and fermented mare's milk. Because in the Horde, armor is mostly about faith. Faith that you're fast enough, smart enough, lucky enough. And if you're not, well, then you become someone else's armor. Because nothing goes to waste out here, especially not a decent set of boots. There's a quiet moment, just after the fires have burned down, but before the stars take over the sky, when you hear your name. You freeze, because no one wants to hear their name like this. It means you've been selected, not for glory, not for honor, for scouting duty. You smile, of course. That's the rule. You smile like it's a compliment, like you've been chosen because you're skilled, brave, cunning. But inside, your stomach folds in on itself, because scouting duty doesn't mean go take a look. It means ride into the dark, into unknown territory, toward the sound of distant hooves and maybe enemy steel, and then somehow come back alive. You don't get a map. You don't get backup. You don't get applause. You get a horse, a few vague directions, and the understanding that if you're caught, the best you can hope for is a quick death. And tonight, the wind is wrong. Too quiet. Too cold. Even your horse senses it. It keeps shifting under you, nervous, like it can already smell the blood hanging in the air. Scouting is a weird in-between world. You're not exactly alone. Sometimes you go with one or two others, but you're separated from the safety of the Horde. The drums are behind you. The campfires are behind you. Everything warm, loud, and human is behind you. Out here, you're just a shadow on the edge of enemy territory, a moving target with no backup. The Mongols rely on scouts for everything: terrain, numbers, weather, enemy movements, which hill looks climbable, which village looks burnable. Without scouts, the Horde walks blind. But the price of that vision is steep, because the job isn't about being brave. It's about being invisible. You ride low, quiet. You wear darker gear. You tie cloth around your armor so it doesn't clink. You stop every few minutes and just listen. If the wind shifts, you shift with it. You learn to hear things like a deer would, the distant crunch of a twig, the uneven rhythm of horses that aren't yours. Every second, your brain is running math in panic mode. How many of them? How far? Can I outrun them? Is it worth the risk? Can I make it back without leading them to us? Sometimes, You don't even make it to the enemy. Because there are other things in the wild. Wolves, brigands, rivers that suddenly don't have banks anymore. Sometimes another scout doesn't come back, and no one asks questions. There's no memorial, no song, just someone muttering, "Should have taken the northern path." And then someone else gets tapped the next night. You remember that, of course. The last guy who went out and didn't return. You remember how no one would look you in the eyes as they handed you the message pouch, as if passing it too forcefully might curse you. The note inside is simple. A sketch, some terrain markers, maybe a commander's rough plan. But really, the message is this: find out what's out there, and don't die. So you ride. The night gets colder, the wind sharper, the stars above, clear and sharp like throwing knives. You pass dead trees, a river that hums like a throat about to scream, and the distant flicker of campfires, not yours. Enemy. You get close. Too close. You count tents, wagons, maybe try to estimate numbers based on fire sizes. Every minute you stay, the odds of death go up. Every second you breathe, you hope it's not loud enough to carry. And then a cough, a clink, a hoarse snort that isn't yours. They've noticed something. You don't wait. You ride. Not calmly, not nobly. You sprint like the sky is falling and hell is at your heels. Trees whip past. Branches slice your arms. You're low in the saddle, your mouth filled with dirt and prayers. If you make it back, you're a hero for about 10 seconds. Then you give your report and are promptly ignored until the next time they need you. If you don't, well, someone will find your gear. Maybe they'll reassign your horse. Someone will dig through your satchel and say, "Looks like you got about halfway before they got him." And then someone else will get picked for scouting tomorrow. That's the cycle. You ride alone. You listen. You gamble with your life, so someone more important can have an easier battle. Sometimes you lie in your report, just a little. Say they were farther south. Say the terrain was worse. Say you didn't hear voices behind you for miles. Because fear makes you cautious. And cautious men live longer. At least, that's what you whisper to yourself. But every time you ride out again, you wonder, is this the night I disappear into the dark, and no one even notices until breakfast? You think of the Mongol Horde as a storm. Fast, brutal, and unstoppable. Warriors flying across the steppes like locusts with better archery skills. Cities fall. Kingdoms burn. Everyone scatters. But behind every terrifying raid is a much less glamorous scene. A man yelling at a yak that refuses to move. Because, terrifying or not, empires don't run on chaos. They run on logistics. And the Mongol supply chain? It's 1 part genius, 1 part madness, and 6 parts ox carts held together with rope, screaming, and the power of desperation. Let's get one thing straight. You don't pack light. Sure, the image is all lean nomadic elegance. Warriors who live off the land, drink mare's milk, and carry their entire life on horseback. That's true for them. But you're not one of the golden riders yet. You're in the sweaty, miserable part of the machine that keeps this whole operation from collapsing in on itself like a badly pitched yurt. And your job, directly or not, involves moving stuff. Food, weapons, water barrels, extra arrows, tin hides, spare horse tack, those heavy, awkward siege parts no one wants to talk about. Religious artifacts looted from temples 3 towns ago. Piles of loot no one can spend because there's no market out here. All of it's got to move. And it doesn't move on horseback. It moves by ox cart. The ox is, theoretically, a noble beast. But practically speaking, it is a wide-eyed, slow-thinking, occasionally flatulent nightmare with hooves. It doesn't care that the army's ahead of schedule. It doesn't care that you're trying to avoid an ambush. It doesn't care that the commander just shouted, "Move or die," because it has decided that this patch of grass, this one right here, is lunch. So you yell, you push, you prod with a stick that broke 3 carts ago. The cart groans, the ox farts, and slowly, ever so painfully, the mobile spine of the Mongol horde creaks forward. You're not alone. Dozens of carts, hundreds of animals, an endless convoy of burden and broken wheels. Supply officers screaming at each other across dust-choked roads. People who've spent weeks calculating how many sacks of grain can be eaten before someone gets shanked for hoarding. And in the middle of it all, you, sweating, starving, trying to remember if that wagon was yours or if it just looked familiar, because all carts look the same after 20 miles of road that technically isn't even a road. You might think Mongol logistics are primitive, and they are on the surface, but then you look closer. You realize they build a supply system not with fancy parchment maps or bureaucratic spreadsheets, but with people who knew the land, networks of messengers who could ride for days without stopping, and enough fear of punishment to keep things terrifyingly efficient. Because if you're in charge of grain transport and something gets lost, you don't get a slap on the wrist. You get tied to a pole and possibly turned into a very educational example. Discipline is motivation. Survival is incentive. You learn to plan better. The Mongols even have a kind of postal service, the Yam, a relay system of stations where riders change horses and sprint across the empire with urgent news or supply requests. It's a logistical miracle built on endurance, pain, and more than a few horses dying mid-run. Back at the cart level, it's less graceful. You haul barrels uphill. You tie down tents while the wind tries to kill you. You cover wagons in leather tarps that don't really work because someone stabbed holes in them last week while looking for biscuits. And at night, when the warriors sleep off their victories, you keep working. You're boiling grain, fixing a wheel, counting the dwindling stock of dried meat that now smells suspiciously like regret. You're trying to stop goats from eating the spare tent canvas because they're hungry too. You think about collapsing. You think about hiding. But then you remember that one guy who disappeared during the siege of Nishapur. They found him tied to a cart axle 3 days later with a very blunt message carved into his forehead. Don't. So you keep hauling. You keep loading. You keep pretending you know what you're doing. And the only thing keeping this entire traveling nightmare from collapsing into famine and infighting is the sheer fear of what will happen if you screw up. That's the real power of the Mongol supply chain. Not just clever organization. Not just logistics genius. Fear. Fear of your commander. Fear of falling behind. Fear of being left without a mount, a meal, or a neck that still works. It's remarkable. It's brutal. It's effective. And it smells always like dust, sweat, blood, and ox dung. Welcome to the backbone of the Mongol Empire. It's not glorious. It's not noble. It's terrifying, slow-moving, and absolutely critical. And now someone just tipped over a barrel of vinegar, and the entire convoy smells like pickled socks. Again, you wake up under a thin hide tent soaked with last night's storm. Your boots are full of ice water, and your right arm doesn't bend anymore because it's fused to your chest by some combination of mud, blood, and bad decisions. And your sergeant looks down at you and says, "We ride." That's it. That's the forecast. Rain, ride. Snow, ride. Dust storm thick enough to turn the sky into a blood-colored fever dream? Ride harder. In a Mongol horde, weather is just another inconvenience you're expected to ignore. There are no rain delays. No shelter-in-place orders. No kindly captain handing out cloaks and saying, "Let's wait until the storm passes." No. If your horse can still stand, if you can still see the guy riding in front of you, or at least hear him yelling obscenities into the wind, then the campaign continues. There's a saying among the horde. If the sky weeps, it's just helping wash off your cowardice. Which sounds poetic until it's 3 a.m. and your saddlebags are floating. Let's break it down. Rain? Not gentle countryside rain. Not the romantic drizzle of storybooks. Mongol rain is horizontal, cold, needle-like. You'll ride through it for 6 hours and still feel like someone dumped a frozen river down your back. Your clothes soak through. Your fingers go numb. Your bowstring stretches and refuses to snap back. Your leather armor turns into a damp sponge that smells like wet dog and failure. But you ride. Because rain doesn't excuse delay. Delays mean supplies don't arrive. Delays mean your scouting party ends up wandering into enemy fire instead of avoiding it. Delays mean the guy behind you in the chain of command starts loudly wondering whether you're worth feeding. So you keep moving. Snow, not charming flakes, not a light dusting. This is battlefield snow. Thick, sharp, angry. It blows sideways. It blinds horses. It freezes your breath to your own beard. Your saddle becomes a slab of ice. Your boots crunch with every step, except when they just disappear entirely into drifts so deep they might lead to another dimension. You can't light a fire. You can't feel your fingers. Your nose is just a decorative icicle now. But again, you ride. Because the Mongols don't do snow days. They do frozen face ambushes. They do surprise siege in sub-zero conditions. They do ride until you collapse, then get up and ride more. And when you fall off your horse because the frostbite reached your brain, someone will mutter, "Should have eaten more horse fat," and then ride around you. Sandstorms. Ah yes, your favorite. Nothing says tactical nightmare like the sky turning orange and slapping you in the teeth with gravel for 4 straight hours. The wind howls like a demon being evicted. Your vision drops to about 4 inches. Your horse screams. You wrap a cloth around your face, squint through the stinging air, and hope to hell the guy next to you is an ally. Because you won't know until he's already stabbed you. Your mouth tastes like broken rock. Your ears are filled with sand. Your eyes are just red disaster orbs now. But hey, you're not dead yet. So, you guessed it. You ride. There's no safe shelter protocol. The only command you'll hear is keep going. You're expected to follow tracks that are now buried. You're expected to recognize landmarks that vanished 20 minutes ago. You're expected to deliver a message or flank a village, regardless of whether your own lungs are full of the Gobi Desert. Because in the Horde, weather is a test, and failing that test is fatal. The commanders expect you to survive, adapt, and never, ever complain. Someone once did. He spent 3 days tied to the back of a horse, upside down, wearing a sign that red wind is for cowards. So no, you don't whine. You grit your teeth. You tighten your reins. You pray to the sky god that the next gust of wind doesn't peel the skin off your face. And you ride. Always forward. Always frozen. Always crusted in whatever elemental nightmare nature has decided to throw at you. Because stopping means being left behind. And being left behind means dying in a puddle, or a dune, or a snowbank, alone, cold, and officially designated not Horde material. So shut up, spit the dirt out of your teeth, and keep going. You just survived a 30-mile forced ride through sleet, a sandstorm, or possibly both. Because why not suffer from 2 climate systems at once? Your thighs are numb, your fingers are raw, your horse smells like rage and regret. But at long last, you reach camp. And there it is. Your tent. A humble yurt. A sacred shelter. A circular miracle of felt, wood, and wishful thinking. Except, it's lying in a heap. Again, canvas twisted. Poles snapped. Pegs pulled loose like some bored demon decided to rearrange your living space as a joke. You stare at the mess. The wind whistles through what used to be your wall, and then you hear the voice of your unit officer. Fix it. Now. Or sleep outside. Or don't sleep at all. Also, if it collapses again tonight, we'll use your spine to prop it up. Charming. Here's the brutal truth. Yurts, or jairs, are deceptively fragile. Yes, they're iconic. Yes, they've survived centuries of steppe weather. But they only work if you build them correctly. And you? You've built this thing 6 times this week, and you still haven't figured out which end of the support pole is the blessed one. You fumble with the framework. It's a collapsible wooden lattice called a kana. Sounds elegant, until it slaps you in the face for the 5th time. Then there's the tonneau, the round crown at the top that keeps the roof stable. You balance it carefully, praying to the eternal blue sky that this time it doesn't collapse like a drunk uncle during a wedding toast. Over the top, you throw felt made of sheep's wool, not the nice, soft kind. This is stiff, rain-absorbing, dust-loving misery fabric that smells like wet goat and forgotten dreams. You lash the whole thing together with ropes that fray in cold weather, snap in the heat, and might actually be cursed. And you have to do it fast, because dinner is being handed out, and if you're not back in time, someone else gets your meat chunk. Because night is coming, and with it, temperatures that could freeze the tears right off your face. Because the wind is picking up, and your yurt is about as stable as your last 3 decisions. And if someone sees you struggling, if your commander walks by and finds your canvas tangled like a drunken spider web, you're getting the whip. Not a dramatic lashing across the back. Maybe, although that's always possible, but something worse. A public, humiliating strike across the legs or hands, followed by snickers and the delightful new nickname, Tent Baby. No one wants to be Tent Baby. So you grunt. You pull. You slam pegs into frozen ground. You say things to your yurt you wouldn't say to an invading general. And somehow, finally it stands. Crooked, swaying, but upright. You crawl inside. No insulation. No fire pit. Just a flattened mat and the faint hope that it doesn't rain again tonight. You lay down. Close your eyes. And that's when the wind howls. A full, shrieking gale. And your yurt groans like it's about to ascend to the afterlife. You leap up. Grab the central pole. Beg it to hold. Whisper bribes to the god of knots. And if it collapses now, you're sleeping under horse tack. Again. But here's the real kicker. You have to take it down tomorrow morning. Every morning, the entire camp packs up. Tents come down. Poles go on carts. Felt gets folded and reeking. And you ride to the next site, only to do it all again. Erect it. Sleep in it. Watch it fall. Curse. Rebuild it. Be judged. Repeat. Your yurt isn't just a shelter. It's a daily test of patience, precision, and your will to live. And every soldier in the Horde has the same relationship with theirs. Love, hate, dependency, fear. They say no one really joins the Mongol Horde. They join the 10 Assembly Club and never leave. You wake up with your face half frozen to a saddle blanket and your tongue tasting like goat sweat and blood. You haven't slept more than 2 hours in a row for the past 5 days. Your legs feel like boiled leather. Your horse hates you, but you're up. Because someone just shouted, "Form up," and no one asked follow-up questions in the Horde. You grab your gear. You climb onto your horse. You blink against the dust. And you realize you have no idea where you are. Not like, I'm not sure if this is the north side of the mountain. More like, I could be in Persia or China and wouldn't know the difference unless someone slapped me with a tack scroll. The horizon is endless. Flat, hostile, and suspiciously quiet. There's a tree that might be the same one you passed 2 days ago, or might be its evil twin. Your compass? Don't be ridiculous. Your map? You didn't get one. Your memory? A blur of sunstroke, hoofbeats, and the exact color of that guy's neck wound from yesterday. And then your commander rides up and says something truly terrifying. Enemy spotted. Form wedge. Which means this isn't a drill. This isn't a maneuver. This is war. And you don't know who the enemy is. You weren't given a name, a cause, or a reason. All you know is they're over that hill. And they're about to die. Or you are. This is the Mongol way. Campaigns stretch for hundreds of miles. Battles erupt with minimal warning. Armies change direction overnight. There's no supply base, no permanent fort, no big shiny map room. Just orders barked out between mouthfuls of dried meat. You're part of a column that turned south last night, or maybe east, after word came that someone had insulted the Khan, which could mean anything from a refusal to pay tribute to a poorly worded letter about taxes. Either way, now you're here, somewhere, with 40,000 warriors, and no idea what country this is. Your warhorse knows more about the region than you do. You remember crossing a river. Was that the AMU Daria? or just a big ditch. You remember a village with blue tiles. Persia? Samarkand? A fever dream? None of it matters. Because your job isn't to understand the war. It's to be the war. When the arrows start flying, you don't stop to ask, wait, are we the invaders or the defenders? You duck. You fire. You shout something about eternal sky vengeance. You keep moving. And when the smoke clears, you loot what's left. Still no idea where you are. But now there's blood on your boots and silver in your pouch. And someone hands you a melon as if that explains everything. Later, in camp, you try to make sense of it. You ask the guy next to you, where are we? He shrugs. Not home. That's the best answer you'll get. Because the Mongol war machine doesn't slow down for geography. Your commanders know where you are, probably. Some officer has a rough idea based on the stars and the taste of the local mud. But you're a blade, a moving part. Your job is action, not orientation. The world blurs around you. One province melts into the next. Language barriers? Solve them with volume or violence. Cultural misunderstandings? Solved with fire. By the time you realize you've crossed into another empire, the people in it are already running, burning, or surrendering. That's how fast this moves. That's how blind you are. You ride into cities with names you can't pronounce, kill people you were never introduced to, and then ride out with a tapestry that looks great but smells like someone's grandmother. And the next day, it starts again. You sleep in a forest, or a ruin, or a ditch. You wake up. You saddle up. You follow the hoof prints. And if you ask too many questions about who you're fighting and why, someone might ask you if you're still loyal to the Khan. And that's never a great conversation to have near sharp objects. So you keep your mouth shut. You memorize the smell of enemy tents. You learn the look of fear in a foreign guard's eyes. And somewhere deep down, you tell yourself you're doing this for glory, for survival, for your family, for a better future. Even if that future is somewhere behind you, and you've long since forgotten how to get back to it. Because here's the truth. In the Mongol Horde, you don't need to know where you are. You just need to know where your sword is, and how fast you can use it. You wake up, stomach growling like a wolf with abandonment issues. You rummage through your pouch. One strip of dried meat, hard enough to qualify as a building material. A scrap of cold dumpling that's been in your sleeve for 3 days. A pinch of salt. That's breakfast. Meanwhile, your horse, he's munching away like he owns the place. Fresh grass if it's available. Special dried forage if it's not. Sometimes grain. Sometimes milk. If supplies are low, you share your water with him before you get a sip yourself. Because in the Mongol world, horses come first. And you're just a thing sitting on top of them. Don't take it personally. It's not that you're useless. Although the guy next to you with no saddle sores and a smug grin definitely thinks you are. It's just that horses are sacred, and also extremely practical. A warrior without a horse is just a tired man holding a bow. But a warrior on a horse, that's a mobile death machine. Fast, relentless, terrifying. Able to strike and vanish before the enemy figures out what direction pain just came from. So if it's between feeding you or feeding your horse, they'll feed the horse. If there's only one water skin left during a desert ride, your mount gets it. If you collapse from hunger, someone might kick you and say get up. If the horse stumbles, they stop the entire column. It's not just favoritism, it's strategy. The Mongol Empire was built on mobility, armies that could cover distances no one thought possible. They moved across deserts, steppe, frozen tundra, and enemy terrain like a plague on horseback. And none of that happens if the horses die. So they're groomed constantly. Their hooves are checked every night. They're given breaks. They're rotated. Each warrior has multiple horses, so no single animal burns out. Meanwhile, you have one pair of boots, one tunic, a leather belt that's now 2 notches tighter than last month. You're expected to survive on air, adrenaline, and whatever leftovers weren't stolen from the communal pot. The horses get affection. You get orders. The horses get combed. You get lice. And in winter, The horses get warm blankets. You get to huddle next to your own breath and hope frostbite doesn't make it all the way to the bone. If you die, the army keeps going. Someone else takes your spot. If your horse dies, now that is a problem, because now there's one less weapon on the field, one less engine for the war machine. And God forbid it happens because you didn't care for it properly. There are stories, quiet warnings shared around campfires, of soldiers who were caught mistreating their mounts, leaving them thirsty, riding them too hard, feeding them moldy oats. Those men didn't just get punished. They got shamed, beaten, in some cases exiled, because harming a horse in a Mongol horde isn't just incompetence. It's betrayal. So you feed your horse. You talk to it. You stroke its neck. You apologize when you're rough on the reins. You might sleep hungry, but if your horse is tired, you dismount and walk. Because in this army, the horses are the heartbeat, the hoofbeats of empire. They're not just transportation. They're survival. And even if yours bites you sometimes and smells like fermented grass and demon sweat, he's still worth more than you. So while you gnaw your leathery dinner in silence, your mount munches contentedly beside you. He's earned it. And if you want to live another day, you better make sure he keeps getting fed, even if that means you don't. You're sweating. Your horse is foaming at the mouth. The air smells like blood, smoke, and scorched leather. You just come back from the front lines, or what's left of them, and you know the truth before anyone speaks. You lost. Not personally. You shot your arrows. You swung your blade. You even managed not to cry when a flaming javelin nearly impaled your ribcage. But the unit broke. The enemy held. The hill wasn't taken. The order wasn't followed. And in the Mongol Horde, that means you don't get a second chance. There's no regroup. No, let's try again tomorrow. No heartwarming speech from a general with scars and wisdom in his eyes. Just silence. Then rage. Then punishment. Because in this army, failure is an infection. It spreads. It weakens the ranks. It inspires hesitation in the guy next to you and doubt in the commander behind you. So when a group of soldiers fails a mission, the solution is not training. The solution is execution. Harsh, yes, but effective. Lose a battle in the Mongol Horde, and the first thing you hear after returning to camp is your name. Spoken sharply, flatly, by a man holding a whip, or a spear, or a list. You're pulled aside, or made an example. Your fellow soldiers look away, because they've seen this before. Maybe it's a public beating. Maybe it's a forced confession of cowardice. Maybe it's your own commander cutting you down mid-sentence and moving on like you were never there. Why? Because this isn't just war, it's conquest. The Horde doesn't retreat. It advances. Always. Relentlessly. A living tide of fury and discipline. You don't get to mess that up. Even if the terrain was unfamiliar. Even if the enemy cheated. Even if the plan was garbage. The plan doesn't die. You do. It's not personal. It's policy. Back in the homeland, they teach boys to ride before they walk, shoot before they speak, and accept death before they make excuses. So when you stumble into camp saying, "We tried our best," no one listens. Because best isn't good enough. Victory is the only metric. And it's not just about keeping the army strong. It's psychological warfare. When your comrades see what happens to the ones who fail, they fight harder, smarter, colder. They stop caring about odds, or wounds, or fear, because fear of the enemy is nothing compared to the fear of your own leadership. Genghis Khan himself was known to order the execution of entire units that disobeyed orders or broke formation. One general let his men plunder a city before the fighting was done. Khan had him beheaded. Another commander lost a battle due to poor scouting. Khan killed the scouts and the commander and his second in command just to be thorough. Why? Because letting failure survive sends the message that it's tolerable. And in the Mongol Horde, nothing is tolerable except dominance. So yes, if you lose a battle, you don't get a pep talk. You get interrogated. You get humiliated. You get erased. Sometimes literally. Names struck from rolls, belongings burned, faces forgotten. Other times, your punishment is more creative. Made to ride out alone, assigned to bury the bodies of your friends, forced to kneel in silence while another man replaces you. Better, faster, hungrier. And you? If you're lucky, you're just demoted. If you're unlucky, you're a warning sign, hung by your own belt, with a sign that says, "Lost the river pass," or tied to a post while new recruits throw rocks at your skull. All of this might sound excessive, brutal, and it is, but it works. That's why the Horde could conquer entire kingdoms in months, because no one wanted to be the one who messed up, and if they did, they'd rather die in battle than survive to face what came next. So now, as you sit at the edge of camp, armor cracked, wounds still leaking, you wonder, will you live to see morning? Or will a shadowy figure wake you up in the night, whisper your failure into your ear, and make sure it's the last thing you ever hear? Either way, your fate is sealed, because in this world, the rule is simple: victory or death. There is no third option. You've survived. Somehow, you've fought, marched, bled, and watched entire cities vanish into smoke behind you. Your muscles ache in ways that shouldn't be possible. You've buried friends, enemies, and parts of yourself. And yet, you're still here. So you start to wonder, will anyone remember this? Will anyone remember me? You picture your name etched in some scroll, sung by future warriors, remembered in legend. Maybe a statue, maybe a story, maybe something more than just this. But that's not how it works. You're a cog in the deadliest war machine the world has ever seen. And in this machine, names don't matter. Results do. You might have taken a city, saved a general, fought off 6 men with a snapped spear and a fractured rib. But if you're not nobility, if you're not family to someone powerful, you'll be remembered, if at all, as that one guy who probably did something during that one campaign. It starts to hit you the first time you hear your own story told raw. Around a campfire, after a raid, some new recruit is drinking too much fermented mare's milk, slurring about the legendary defense of the cliff pass. You were there. You led that charge. But in this version, someone else gets the credit. Some officer who showed up at the end and waved a banner. You try to correct it. The recruit squints at you, shrugs, keeps singing, and that's when it hits you. This is how history works here. Fast, blurred, loud, and deeply unreliable. You don't get a saga. You get a verse. If you're lucky, maybe someday, a bard will mention a rider brave and bold, who pierced through enemy lines like the falcon through mist. That rider? That might have been you, or someone else, or a composite of 10 different people smashed together by booze and memory loss. Because no one writes things down. Not out here. Not during war. The scribes are hundreds of miles away. The historians are back in Karakoram arguing over taxes. Out here, your entire legacy lives in the mouths of the drunk, the tired, and the half-deaf. And if your name does survive, it'll be mangled beyond repair, sung in a dialect that never existed, tied to a battle that didn't happen where they say it did, and followed by a completely fabricated story about how you seduced a war widow, tamed a wild yak, or both. But that's the system, because the Mongol Horde doesn't care about individual stories. It cares about conquest, about unity, about momentum. Your life is fuel, burn for the engine. Your death, just a step in someone else's climb. And even your heroism is disposable. Save the Khan's favorite scout from drowning. He might thank you. He might forget you. He might claim he saved you. You'll never know, because you don't get statues. You get dirt. And if someone sings about you later, it's not because they loved you. It's because your story rhymed. It's because your name fit the meter. It's because someone was just drunk enough to remember part of what you did, and just creative enough to make up the rest. And the worst part, you still fight like it matters. You still ride into battle hoping that this moment, this charge, this clash, this scream will echo, that someone will hear it, that it'll last. But deep down, you know the truth. The only thing that lasts in the Mongol Horde is the Horde. And you're just one line, in a drunk song, sung too fast, forgotten too soon. You arrive at another city, or what used to be one. The gates are splintered, the towers are blackened. The air is thick with the smell of ash, blood, and that particular stench of roasted regret. You dismount, you stretch, you look around, and then you see it. The pile, a perfect pyramid of skulls. Dozens, hundreds, who knows? Cleaned, arranged, deliberately placed at the city gates. A message, but not one written in ink. This is Mongol diplomacy. Not pay tribute or else. More like, here's what happened to the last people who didn't. And as you stare at it, the angles, the care, the silent judgment of empty sockets, you feel something cold twist inside you. Because you've seen these before. You helped make them. You've stood in burning villages while captives screamed, while officers gave orders, while heads rolled, and the future of 1,000 souls was decided by how fast your squad could count. And every time, you told yourself the same thing. I'm just doing my duty. This is how we win. I'm not one of the skulls. But today, looking at this monument of death, you realize something. You could be. You will be. Someday. Maybe soon. Maybe not. But one day, your skull will be in a pile too. Maybe not literally. Maybe not as a warning. But in this world, in this army, you're disposable. You fight. You die, you rot. And then someone else puts your helmet on and takes your horse and doesn't even ask your name. This is not a life designed for remembrance. This is a machine that burns men for fuel. You think about the men you marched with 6 months ago. Where are they? Dead. Gone. Forgotten. Some in battle. Some from disease. Some left behind because they couldn't ride anymore and the column doesn't stop. The Mongol army moves like a storm, and storms don't grieve. You're a warrior, but you're also a body, a tool, a weight on a saddle. When you fall, someone else will take your spot before your blood even dries. And the pile gets taller. You used to wonder how the world would remember this conquest. Now you realize the real question is, will the world even remember you were part of it? And the answer is no, because this army doesn't carve names in stone. It carves messages in skulls. You're not a hero. You're not a villain. You're not a story. You're just one more reason they surrender next time without a fight. You could live another year, win battles, survive frostbite, starvation, arrows, ambushes, betrayal. But when you die, and you will, you'll be lucky if anyone remembers your name long enough to forget it. And that's the beauty of the Mongol strategy. They don't just beat you. They erase you and turn your death into a warning. The battle is over. You're alive. Barely. You've got blood on your arms, some of it yours, most of it not. Your ears are still ringing. Your mouth tastes like iron and smoke. You smell like roasted meat and old fear. But you're breathing. And more importantly, you won, which means it's time for loot. This is the moment new recruits dream about. After weeks of riding, bleeding, freezing, starving, this is the reward. A city lies broken ahead of you. Its gates snap like twigs. Its walls blackened with fire. Its people running or kneeling or already face down in the dirt. This is what victory looks like. And the Mongols? They believe in paying the victors. Not with medals. Not with parades. With stuff. Silk robes. Gold coins. Jewels, spices, fine weapons. Furs, rugs, whatever's not nailed down. And even some things that are. If you can carry it, it's yours. That mansion over there, it's firewood now. That merchant's cart, empty it. That noble's daughter, well, that's a conversation for another script and another list of horrors. For now, your hands are full of silver bracelets and the sweet, sweet illusion that this bloodbath might have been worth it. Until you notice something. A man lying nearby, clutching a pile of coins. Dead. Throat cut. Probably by one of your own. Because loot is currency, but also a cause of death. You see, there's no bank here. No receipts. No inventory. If someone kills you and takes your stuff, they're not a thief. They're just faster, stronger, meaner, and now they're richer. So when you gather loot, you don't celebrate. You hide it. You sew coins into your clothes. You bury gems in your saddlebag. You sleep with your dagger tucked under your chest because the guy snoring next to you is eyeing your silk pouch like a starving dog looks at soup. Victory means loot, but only if you survive the battle and the aftermath. There's no retirement plan, no safety, no lockbox, only risk. You've seen men choke to death on gold coins they try to smuggle in their mouths. You've seen friends murdered over a ring. You've seen entire units dissolve into chaos because one cart of treasure went missing between a city gate and the campfire. And the worst part, it's never enough. You finally get a silk robe, and it tears 2 days later on a thorn bush. You trade a ruby for a stronger horse, and that horse breaks its leg. You buy a new bow, and then lose in a river crossing. You get drunk to celebrate, and wake up without your boots, your knife, or your memory. You think loot will make the pain worth it, but the truth is, it's just another weight, another thing to fight for, another thing to lose. Because even when you win, you're still one arrow away from being a corpse with a very fancy belt. You'll watch as officers take the biggest share, as lieutenants skim the top, as someone accidentally forgets your name when rewards are handed out. You'll protest. You'll be told to shut up, or worse, reassigned to latrine duty in a snowstorm. But you'll keep riding, keep killing, keep looting, because what else is there? Honor? Gone. Peace? Myth? Glory? Only if someone writes it down, and no one writes anything down unless it's their own name. So you grab what you can. Stuff your coat. Swallow a pearl. Tie a gold cup to your horse's leg, and pray no one notices. And hope, just maybe, you'll live long enough to spend it. Or at least die somewhere that isn't on fire. You thought you were doing everything right. You fought hard. You followed orders. You didn't die when everyone else did. You carried your brothers out of the mud, kept your horse fed, sharpened your blade until your hands bled. You didn't run. You didn't break. You were there in the thick of it. The real battles. The sieges. The nights without fire when even breathing too loud could get you killed. You watched friends go down. You buried their names in your chest and swore to live for both of you. You thought that meant something. You thought that you would mean something. But now you're standing on the edge of a new campaign, listening to some high-ranking officer rattle off a list of brave names, and none of them are yours. Not one. They tell stories of victories. Cities burned, generals honored, legends forged, and you realize, slowly and then all at once, that you're not in any of those stories. Not even in the background. You're the mud under the wheels of legend. The blood splashed on the boots of history. You're not a hero. You're a tool. And you've been used. There are no ballads for the man who stood guard in the sleet while the nobles drank warm mare milk in a yurt. No songs about the guy who killed 3 enemies in one breath and then got shot in the back before he could tell anyone. No verses about the archer who never missed, but died in a ditch after someone stole his boots. Because the stories that last, they belong to the men with power, the ones close to the Khan, the ones who had a scribe watching, the ones who survived and knew the right people. You thought surviving was enough. But out here, in the Horde, survival is just another word for being forgotten later instead of now. And it hits you as you roll up your bedroll, strap on your gear, and prepare to march again into some other country that doesn't even know you're coming. No one is keeping track. Your scars, your victories, your quiet moments of bravery, gone. You're not written down. You're not carved into stone. You're not even whispered about. Unless it's as a half-remembered joke about that guy who couldn't eat boiled horse guts without gagging. That's your legacy, if you're lucky. And that's the problem with being in a legend as big as the Mongol Horde. The bigger the machine, the smaller you're inside it. You look at your hands, the same ones that once held a sword so tightly you thought they'd freeze around the hilt, and wonder if they ever did anything worth remembering. You wonder if that kid back home, the one who dreamed of glory of rising through the ranks, of being more than a farm boy with anger in his chest, would recognize you now. He wouldn't, because you're not that kid. You're not a legend. You're not a name in a scroll. You're a body in a column, a rank, a shout, a scream in the dark. And someday, when you fall, the most anyone might say is, "Who was that?" And someone else will shrug and say, "Just another one." And then the horde will keep moving, because it always does, and it always will. You die. That's it. You fall on the battlefield, your chest caved in from a mace, or maybe you just don't wake up one morning after weeks of coughing blood into your saddle blanket. Either way, you're gone. But your story, it doesn't end there. Not in the Horde, because the Mongols don't believe in neat endings. Death isn't a punctuation mark, it's a comma, a transition, another leg of the ride. And you better hope you packed well. The afterlife, according to what the elders mumbled around the fire when they weren't yelling at you to shut up and clean your gear, is a strange place. It's not heaven, not hell. It's more like the steppe. Again, forever. But without the smell of burning sheep fat, and less concern about getting whipped for breathing too loud. If you are brave, you get to ride into the next world. Literally, on horseback, clad in your best gear, galloping across eternal grasslands where the air is sharp and the wind smells like glory. This is the good stuff. The reward for fighting hard, dying well, and not embarrassing your ancestors too much. Maybe you even get your own tin again, and it doesn't leak. But here's the twist. In order to ride into the next life, you need a few things. A horse, a weapon, sometimes a servant, maybe a few family members crying dramatically over your body. Bonus points if you've got gold teeth, or anything the shamans can set on fire. Basically, dying well is a group project, and you're not around to supervise. If you're lucky, your comrades kill your favorite horse to send it with you. That's right. They slit the throat of the animal you've ridden for years. Your loyal, furry, mildly resentful best friend. Because it's the only creature trusted to carry your soul into the next world. They might burn your body. They might bury it. They might cover it in stones, or leave it on a platform for the birds. It depends on your rank, your timing, and how well-liked you were. If you died awkwardly, say, during latrine duty, you might not get the full ceremony. But if you went down in a glorious raid, prepare for drama. The tribe might gather. Songs might be sung. If your commander remembers your name, he might even say it. If not, he'll call you brave warrior and hope no one notices. And the smell? Oh, the smell. Horses, burning hair, old leather, smoke and sweat, and something unmistakably spiritual, like incense made from goat dung and haunted regrets. The afterlife, at least as imagined from here, isn't pristine. It's earthy, loud. It sounds like galloping hooves and the clink of bronze charms and someone burping after too much fermented mare milk. And you know what? It kind of works. Because Mongol warriors didn't dream of floating around on clouds playing string instruments. That sounds like torture. They dreamed of more war, more riding, more conquest, but without the dysentery. It's not peace. It's purpose. Forever. But if you died badly, cowardly, without honor, without anyone noticing, then things get murky. Some say your soul wanders, aimless, alone, nameless. Some say you're reincarnated, maybe as a dung beetle, maybe as a lesser warrior in the next generation. And some say worse, that your spirit is trapped, stuck between the worlds, following the living, watching them eat the last of your rations and take your stuff. Because no one wants to be forgotten. No one wants to be the skull no one placed stones on, the name no one sang, the ghost no one feared. So you cling to the hope, small, dumb, desperate, that someone, somewhere, will remember you. That when they burn your things and slice your horse's throat, they'll mean it. That they'll send you off not just as dead weight, but as a warrior. You lived your life like a flame, hot, reckless, consuming everything in your path. And maybe, just maybe, you'll ride again. Across a plain that never ends. With your horse alive beneath you, your weapon gleaming, and the wind at your back. Just don't forget, the afterlife might be eternal, but the saddle sores are still real. And yes, it still smells like horses. They say Genghis Khan is dead. The whispers start like a fever. Hushed, uncertain, wrapped in superstition and fear. No one announces it outright. No messenger rides up holding the great Khan's sword aloft. There's no parade. No funeral pyre visible across the steppes. Instead, there's a strange silence. Orders still come. The raids don't stop. You're still told to ride, still told to kill, still told to be ready to move at dawn with half a ration and no questions. But something's different. The air is heavier. The officers seem twitchier. You hear one say something about the next Khan, and then quickly change the subject like he said something dirty. And that's when it sinks in. Genghis Khan is gone. The man whose name made cities surrender before a single arrow was fired. The man who united tribes by sheer force of charisma, brutality, and strategic genius, plus a generous dose of stabbing anyone who disagreed. The man who turned you, a nobody, in a part of the most feared war machine on earth. Dead. And your first thought is, maybe things will ease up. Maybe, without him, the constant marching, the sleepless nights, the impromptu whippings, the blood feuds, and the ritual goat slaughtering competitions will finally cool down. But no, they don't. If anything, things get worse. Because now, no one knows who's really in charge. You've got generals who smell power, princes who want revenge, distant cousins with just enough claim to start making threats. And you're caught in the middle. Again, the machine doesn't stop. It just starts grinding a little louder, a little sharper. And now it's not just grinding enemies, it's grinding itself. You're still riding, but now you're also looking over your shoulder. Not at enemy scouts, but at your own officers. Because loyalty is currency, and your death might buy someone a promotion. The raids become more brutal, the loot smaller, the punishments more creative. You hear of men being flayed for treason, their skins nailed to the walls of their yurts as a reminder. You start to miss the old days, the good days, back when you knew where the orders came from, back when fear was centralized, back when you could at least say, the Khan wants this, and no one questioned it. Now it's, who said that? Which Khan? Why are we attacking them again? And the answer is always the same. Because you were told to. So you obey. You keep your head down. You recite the oaths. You sing the songs around the fire about how Genghis rides the wind now, watches the steppe from the eternal blue sky, how his spirit leads every charge. You tell the new recruits how lucky they are to be part of his legacy. But you don't feel lucky. You feel tired. You feel used. And most of all, you feel like you've been left behind by a man who once made you believe all this suffering had a point. Without Genghis, the Horde is still terrifying, just less focused, less visionary, more likely to collapse on itself, or forget you exist. You're not fighting for greatness anymore. You're fighting because that's all there is. And when you die, they'll still sing about Genghis, still tell tales of his conquests, his brilliance, his fury. Your name won't be in those songs, but you'll die wearing his mark, carrying his sword, following his shadow, because even dead, the Khan still rides, and you're still just trying to keep up. You wake up, or maybe you didn't really sleep. Hard to tell anymore. The ground is still cold. Your limbs still ache. The same pale sky stretches above you like it's judging your whole existence. You hear the groan of horses, the creak of saddle leather, the cough of a man who hasn't had clean water in days. So, business as usual, except something's missing. Someone. You glance around the camp. You do a quick head count in your head. Not official, not out loud. That would be suspicious. But you don't see him. Or her. Or wait. Was it Doran? Or Jokey? Or the guy with the limp and the bad singing voice? You blink, trying to remember. You can't. They were there yesterday, weren't they? Maybe 2 days ago. Maybe a week. Maybe you only dreamed the face you're trying to recall. And that's the cruel magic of the Horde. You ride with 1,000 brothers, but you know barely a dozen names. You sleep beside men whose snoring you could identify in a thunderstorm, but whose faces blur the second they're gone. Because in the Mongol army, attachments get you killed. Memories make you soft. Soft means dead. So you train yourself not to hold on. But you still feel it. That slow, creeping ache. You laugh at a joke and then wince because someone used to laugh louder. You eat your hard meat ration and notice you don't have to share anymore. You make a space in the yurt and no one fills it. You tell yourself it doesn't matter. You tell yourself there's no time to grieve when you're marching. But the guilt settles in your chest like a second heart. Because you're still here. And they're not. And you don't even remember the last thing you said to them. If you said anything at all. There's no funeral. No ceremony. If they died well, in battle, they might get a brief cheer from the living. Maybe someone raises a blade. Maybe someone carves their name into a tree, if they remembered it. If they died poorly, of sickness, of infection, of being in the wrong place during the wrong horse stampede, they're just gone. Buried in a shallow grave. Thrown in a ditch. Left behind. And the worst part, tomorrow it could be you. And no one will stop marching. No one will scream your name to the heavens. No one will light a fire for you. No one will cry. Not because they don't care, but because they can't. There's too much pain, too much loss, too many bodies, and only so much room in a human soul before it cracks. So you push it down, deep down, past the frostbite, past the bruises, past the hunger. You bury the ache with every step. You sing the songs. You polish your blade. You smile like nothing's missing. But in the dark, when you're alone, when the fire's gone out and the wind howls like a ghost, it creeps back in. The faces, the almost faces, he was standing right there. And the wait, when did he stop riding? And it hits you. You're not just surviving. You're collecting absences. You're a walking museum of ghosts. And every day, you're terrified that soon, no one will remember you either. Not your name, not your face, not your laugh, not the way you held your reins, not the stupid song you hummed when you were tired. Nothing. Just another shadow in the storm. You've been stuck in this camp for days now. Weeks, maybe. You've stopped counting because numbers make the waiting worse. The horses are restless. The air smells stale. And your commander hasn't yelled in 2 days, which is somehow more terrifying than when he's yelling constantly. Nothing's happening, but everything feels wrong. There's no storm, no enemy, no orders to march, just a stillness that clings to your bones like damp wool. You can hear the whispers around the campfires. The spirits have gone quiet. And if the gods are quiet, that's not peace. That's danger. You try not to believe it. You tell yourself the eternal blue sky is just watching, patient, biding time. Maybe the shamans are busy. Maybe the spirits are tired. But then again, aren't you tired? And that's the problem. You've given everything. You've bled, ridden, killed, prayed. You watched friends fall. You've made offerings. You've buried your own horse and burned perfectly good goat fat just to honor the old gods. And what have you gotten in return? A windless silence. A sky that won't answer. A bone charm that used to rattle in your tent. Now hanging still like it died, too. No signs. No dreams. No visions. The shamans try. They chant. They throw stones. They gut birds and watch the way the intestines fall. But their voices crack. Their eyes are dull. The rituals feel forced, hollow, like they're going through the motions because it's the only thing holding this mess together. You go to one of them, the older one, with the half-burned fingers and the squirrel bones tied in his beard. You ask if the gods are angry. He doesn't answer, just spits in the dirt and mutters something about how the ancestors used to shout from the wind, not sulk like lazy ghosts. That's not comforting, because out here, belief is everything. It's the only reason anyone follows orders. The only reason you ride in a battle. The only reason you get up in the morning and do it all again. Because the sky is watching. Because the gods are real. Because there's meaning behind the madness. But now, even that's slipping. A horse breaks its leg, and no one bothers to pray. A child coughs for days, and the shamans just shrug. Someone leaves an offering at the edge of camp, and it's still there the next morning, untouched by animals, wind, or spirit. And that's the scariest part. Not violence. Not cold, not death, but indifference. Because what if the gods are tired? Tired of your whining, tired of your failures, tired of being asked for signs by a people who can't even keep their tents upright? What if they looked at this camp, the mud, the blood, the broken songs, and just turned away? You start dreaming about emptiness. Not death, not hell, just nothing. A flat plain that stretches forever, with no wind, no sound, no stars. You wake up sweating, not from fear, from the awful, heavy silence of it. The camp doesn't speak of these things aloud. Not anymore. But you all feel it. Even the commanders look shaken. Even the horses step quieter. Even the shamans drink more. And so you keep going through the motions. You sharpen your blade. You whisper the old prayers. You burn things you can't afford to burn. Because doing something feels better than doing nothing. And pretending the gods are still watching feels better than admitting they're not. You tie a feather to your belt. You carve a sun into the dirt with your heel. You try to remember that once, long ago, this whole life felt holy. But now you're a soldier in a camp that even the sky has abandoned. A man waiting for a sign that may never come. And you start to wonder, maybe the gods didn't leave. Maybe they're still here, just as exhausted as you. It's raining. Of course it is. Not a dramatic storm. Not a noble curtain of sky-tearing lightning. Just the steady, dull drizzle that soaks through your boots, turns everything into a soup of mud and manure, and makes the ground feel like it's rejecting your existence. Your leg's broken. You can feel the bone. Not in the usual it hurts way, but in the that's not where it's supposed to be way. You try to move. Can't. You try to shout. Can't. Your throat's too dry. Your lips cracked. The blood in your mouth isn't even yours. Somewhere behind you, the sounds of the column moving on. Horses, carts, boots, voices. Your voices. Your people. Your horde. Not stopping. You're lying in a ditch. Not a poetic one. Not some sacred place. Just wet dirt and crushed grass. Your helmet's gone. Your bow's snapped. And your knife is somewhere behind you. Probably embedded in someone you didn't kill fast enough. And then it hits you. Not the pain. That came earlier. Not the cold. That's been with you since last night. No, what hits you now is the knowing. You're not getting up. And no one's coming back. This is it. You, the rider who once stormed cities. The man who crossed mountains. The warrior who survived sieges and frostbite and food that shouldn't legally be called food. This is where it ends. Not with a roar. Not in glory. In a muddy field. Alone. No one will sing for you. No one will carve your name. No one will even notice you're missing until nightfall. Maybe they'll realize when they're divvying up meat and there's an extra portion. Maybe not. There's no ceremony. No, he was a good man. No, remember his courage. Just the squelch of wet hooves and the occasional grunt of a pack animal that's less tired than you are. You picture the camp tomorrow, already farther down the road. Campfires lit. Laughter maybe. The same old fermented mare milk passed around like it's worth anything. Someone will sleep in your spot. Someone will wear your gloves. If they're still dry, someone might even claim your saddle. You're gone. They keep going. That's the rule. That's always been the rule. The horde can't stop for grief. It doesn't pause for mourning. You don't halt a war machine just because one of its pieces rusted out early. You think about your mother. You think about your first horse. You think about the time you almost drowned crossing that river, and that old man laughed so hard he peed himself. You think about the way your brother died and how you didn't cry until a week later, when a bird landed on your helmet and wouldn't leave. You think about whether any of it mattered. And in the quiet between heartbeats, you realize you're already a memory, and that memory is fading. The sky doesn't care. The gods are still silent, and the mud just keeps rising. Somewhere, a commander is shouting at someone to hurry up. A young recruit is tying on his gear. An old warrior is saying, "Remember to tighten the strap, or you'll lose your saddle again, idiot." And none of them know you're dying. None of them will stop. Because they can't. Because they never do. You were part of something vast, something mythic. But myths don't stop for the people who make them. They just move on. Like the horde. Like the horses. Like the rain. Your bones are in a field somewhere. Probably. Maybe they burned you. Maybe they didn't. Maybe wild dogs got there first. Maybe they didn't. Either way, you're gone. You, who fought across deserts. You, who took orders from the man the world now calls the Great. You, who rode until your thighs bled, slept under a sky that judged you, and drank things that should never be fermented. You're gone, and the world has moved on. Fast forward a few centuries. There's a tour group here now, somewhere in Mongolia, or maybe Kazakhstan, or maybe just a museum in London pretending it knows what it's talking about. There's a guide with a laminated badge, and a group of people in cargo shorts and sun hats, squinting at the plaque in the ground that maybe marks the spot where you died. It says something like, possible site of Mongol encampment, 13th century. Artifacts include rusted stirrups, animal bones, and fragments of human remains. That's you. You're the fragment. Congratulations. A child walks across the spot where your tent used to be, eating an ice cream. A teenager scrolls past your burial mound while posting a duck-face selfie with the caption, Yurt vibes. A retiree buys a replica horsehair bow, made in China, and tells their spouse it's authentic. The same sun that once burned your skin now shines on a souvenir stand. And no one knows your name. They know Genghis. They know GDI. They maybe even know Subutai, if they paid attention. But not you. You're the silent one. The wheel greaser. The corpse. The smudge in the data. Your whole legacy is a rough sketch in a badly illustrated history book and a dented skull labeled Mongol Warrior, approximate age 30 to 40, unknown rank. But hey, you were part of something, right? They say the Mongol Horde changed the world. They say you connected continents, built empires, reshaped trade, shattered kingdoms. They don't say your feet bled every day for a decade. They don't say you buried a friend in silence, then rode into battle that same night. They don't say you never knew peace, not once, not truly. All that's gone. Now, there's a little sign that says, please don't climb on the burial mound. Someone does anyway. Their friend takes a picture. They laugh. You fought to make the world remember you. And it does. Just not as you. As a story. A number. A shadow in the dust. And maybe that's all anyone gets. Because when you marched with the Horde, your name didn't matter. Only the cons did. When you fought in the front line, your face didn't matter. Only the victory did. When you died, your pain didn't matter. Only the message your death sent to the next village. Now your sediment. Exhibit hashtag 34B. Something schoolchildren draw on field trips with crayons labeled warrior. The afterlife. Not golden. Not peaceful. Just quiet. And vaguely disappointing. Maybe you wanted songs. Maybe you wanted statues. What you got was a GPS pin, a fence, and a plaque written by someone who mispronounced step. But here's the final twist. The people standing on your grave, they're safe because of you. They have history because you made it. They tell stories because you bled for them. They don't know it. They probably never will. But that doesn't change the truth. You were the storm. You were the silence after it. And now you're the ground beneath their feet.